Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bat.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning to you. Great to have you along. Coming up on the Thursday edition, we start with our best bets from last night in Game 5 of the World Series. The Blue Jays pulling off another stunner against the Dodgers. In 20 minutes, one Detroit Lion is getting paid. We'll talk about that and find out if the Lions themselves land in our new power rankings at 6:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. We are one day away from Halloween. Good morning, Chelsea.
So the bowl has been set and all of the plans have been made. So I officially have my Halloween dish. And I still need to add one more thing because I have a bunch of chocolate because chocolate was buy one, get one free at Publix.
Nice.
But I do need to add either like Skittles or Starburst or something that has like a fruity profile to it. So let me ask you, what's the best fruity candy?
Best fruity candy? Whoa.
Mm-hmm.
Came in hot this morning.
Yeah. The hard-hitting questions.
The hard-hitting question. I don't know. Starburst is a good one, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's probably my favorite. It's the first one that comes to mind. But I'm trying to think of other fruity candies. Oh, yeah. Double D just put in Sour Patch Kids. Strong.
Yeah.
Gummy anything.
Laffy Taffies.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Laffy Taffy.
Lifesaver gummies. If you can find those like individual, I know they sell like big bags of them of the Sour Punch straws. It's the fruity candy that's a little different that when I was a kid, I always loved at Halloween.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Denton also coming in hot. Look at that. Bam, 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 bam.
Well, I feel like Denton's closer to childhood than both of us. So, like, he should have a better memory.
Also true. I'm like, does anyone remember a Hershey's Kiss? But Werther's? How about those? Any of you guys like a Werther's? I'm old school. I remember the old candy bars. But yeah, the gummy stuff or anything Sour Patch related, always delicious.
I remember sour straws from the concession stand. Those were $1. Those were like the big ticket item. If you like work several hours in the concession stand, they're like, okay, if you work 3 hours, you can get some Sour Patch straws or whatever. And you're like, wow, maybe I should be paid money. But instead, I will take, 3 hours of labor for a $1 candy.
What about Pixie Sticks? Are those still around? You know what
They
I'm talking
are.
about? Oh, okay.
We had to show the children how to do it, and I felt like I was showing a child how to do drugs. Because they see the straw, and they're like, what do you do with this? And you're like, okay, because they were the mini ones. And you rip open the top, and you pour it down your throat. And they're like, what? So you could see us with, like, the 4-year-old of the bunch, where you tear off the top, and you're like, open your mouth, and you're just, like, dumping it in.
Right.
And it just feels weird. Like, especially if you've never done it, because you're like, just pure sugar?
That's the thing.
And you're like, that's it.
And then you have to be careful because, of course, if you wet the straw too much, like by tasting it, then it kind of like tapers off the end and you can't get the sugar down your mouth. And what a concept for a child, too. Here's what a kid needs. Just put a bunch of sugar in a straw. Let them tear off the straw top and then just down that sugar straight. But we used to do that all the time.
Well, at least they're not, like, trying to hide it. Because, like, a lot of this candy has the same amount of sugar. It's just kind of, in the mix. But they're like, nah, it's just going to be the good stuff. No other ingredients, please.
Wait, D-Day says these got banned in his middle school?
Oh, yeah, kids are snorting them.
Well, okay.
Yeah, you just take it, you put it on the table, you snort them. A teacher sees that once, like, this, we probably shouldn't allow kids to have these anymore.
I was like, just candy? And he's like, well, they were snorting them. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, that's...
Yeah, I mean, the kids that have older siblings that then, defile the younger siblings,
That's
they
true.
bring in weird things to middle school.
Okay, that makes sense. I was trying to figure it out.
I feel like that's something you would learn on the bus. Like, I never rode the bus, but like the story and the lore of riding the bus, like that's where people like learn all the adult things, because like there's no adult back there. So it's like kids at the tender age of like 6 are learning about like the birds and bees.
I have not been on a bus a lot, a school bus, but I do know when we made a trip to D.C., which, you know, a ton of kids do, right? They have the big trip to Washington, D.C. to walk around. And there was a kid, and he decided on a dare, because this bus we were in, this tour bus had a bathroom in it, that on a dare, he would stay in the bathroom from like D.C. to wherever we were going, like Gettysburg or something. So the entire time, he's just in the bathroom. And I was like, all right, well, this is... I don't know. You're kind of missing everything, but he wanted to win that dare, and guess what? He did. He won.
Do you ever wonder, like, where those kids are now?
Yeah.
And you're like, that guy can't be, like, a super high achiever, right?
I'll tell you one thing.
Maybe he is. Maybe he's, like, a gamer or something. Like, some, like, random job where it's, like, he just fell into it, but go ahead.
I know. I remember I don't know where this kid is, but I know exactly what happened to him, because this was it sophomore or junior history class, and our basketball teacher had a very dry sense of humor, was teaching the class. And so my teacher is calling out roll, and he says, you know, Jenkins, Holloway, Davis, Richard Schaus, and this guy closes his book and he goes, I'm 17, I'm joining the Navy. And he gets up and he just walks out, and I never saw him again. And we were all like, and my teacher waits and was like, well, don't know where our military now. We just kept going. And I've never seen that guy since. I have no idea what happened to him. Weird.
Well, good for him. At least he tried to help our country.
He did. He absolutely did. I'm sure he did. You helped us out last night with the dub. How about that?
This was a nice one. I didn't even get to see it. So I was coming back from the gym, and I got back at like 7:10. The game started at 7. So I'm like panicking to turn on the TV, and I'm like, okay, the Blue Jays score. It's 2-0. I wonder how they score these hits. Because my bet was Vladdy Jr. over his hits, runs, RBI. Line was set at 1.5. For almost even money at -103, I said, this is a good bet. Vladdy Jr. is the hottest hitter in the entire postseason. Yeah. And what do you know? Vladdy Jr. Hit a home run in the very first inning of this game to clear this total, which was a nice, easy win. I just wish I could have seen it.
Well, that's what highlights are for, but I know what you're saying. You want to see it in real time so you can watch it come home. Nice job. I had the Dodgers last night. Whatever. Loss for me. Dogster. Rockets laying 5.5 against the Raptors. That was not close. Rockets win 129-121. So for the week, Chelsea, you are 1-1-1. I'm 1-3. Denton, we'll put it out there. 3-0. The Dogster 1-1 here in the Daily Tip on a BetMGM network. So let's get to it. Last night in Los Angeles, the Blue Jays down the Dodgers 6-1. The Blue Jays coming home at +170. Total set at 8. The under hits. Blue Jays showing a ton of resolve by winning Game 4 and evening up this series. They take charge in last night's Game 5 by waiting exactly one pitch.
Here he comes off and going Game 5 with a fastball that's hit in the air to deep left field. Call to the track. It's on the first pitch of Game 5. Davis Schneider into George Springer's shoes and doing a great impression.
Called courtesy of Fox. It's 1-0 Blue Jays, but only for a few seconds.
On the very first pitch, and now Vlad Jr. hooks a ball down the left field line. They've got back-to-back to start Game 5.
Unbelievable. Once again, that is Fox with the call. 2-0 Toronto. That is all the Jays need. On the mound, Trey Yesavage. Yesavage dominates L.A. Just 46 days out of his major league debut. He allows 1 run over 7 innings, strikes out 12. That breaks the rookie record set in the World Series by Don Newcomb of the Brooklyn Dodgers in 1949, and the Jays 1 win away from a title.
And the Blue Jays are headed home, 1 win from a championship. And it was a child who led them tonight. 22-year-old Trey Yesavage, 12 strikeouts.
I didn't know how I expected this game to go, Chelsea, but it was not like this.
Oh, man. This is when legends are made, though, is in October. The unlikely heroes, and Trey Yesavage certainly fit the bill. 12 punch-outs for a 22-year-old. against the most feared lineup in all of baseball. Take a bow, Trey Savage, because you carried your team in this one. But here's the other thing is just it wasn't just Trey Savage. It was the offense that set the tone as well, because obviously things are a little easier as a pitcher when you go out to the mound with some run support. So the Blue Jays bats continue to rake, and they continue to have Blake Snell's number. I remember listening to the press conference before this game where Blake Snell said, okay, I watched the film. I think I know what I did wrong, and I'm going to make some changes in this game. And then what do you know? The first pitch of the game, he gives up a long ball to Davis Schneider. This wasn't even the Blue Jays' normal leadoff batter, because normally it's George Springer, but he was hurt. So any way you slice it, I feel like Dodgers fans and most of baseball is probably sitting there with their jaw on the floor.
Did you see the video of Davis Schneider's father, like in the stands? So I guess he was kind of on the upper deck, but behind home plate, and he's filming all that his son does. And so his son hits that leadoff home run, and dad's like, no way, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me, like freaking out, which is just such an awesome dad moment. Oh man, that was so cool. And I didn't even realize about Davis Schneider. I was reading this. Maybe you knew this. Throughout the season, he emulates different batting stances from other players. Like he'll stand at the plate like Aaron Judge one appearance. Then he'll switch it to Bobby Witt Jr. Then he'll go Giancarlo Stanton. And the stance last night was one of his own stances from the minors in 2023.
It's just bizarre stuff.
I know.
And it just adds to the lore of this Blue Jays team. Like, I was thinking about this, Jinx. I think this is one of my favorite World Series in recent history. Just because all of the storylines for the Blue Jays. Like, of course, you look at the top and it's Vladdy Jr. and what a story there. And we see all the cute kid pictures and videos of him when he was just a little slugger chasing around dad. But also, like, the other stories where we have somebody like Trey Savage, who's 22 years old, where everybody keeps talking about how he made his major league debut this year. He was drafted in 2024. What, a year and a half ago? He was at ECU. And now he's pitching against Ohtani and the Dodgers in the World Series and setting records, because not only did he set the rookie record for strikeouts in the World Series, he also set, I think he's the only pitcher to strike out 12 while walk none in a World Series game. And I had to look at that twice because it feels like maybe somebody else had done it, but it's not the case. So he is setting records not just as a rookie, but just as a normal, everyday MLB player, which is wild.
And we got to mention Vladdy Jr. Good God, man. For all the talk about Shohei, and that is all deserved, there's no question about it. Vladdy Jr. in the postseason, so not just in this series, is batting .415 with 8 home runs and 15 RBI in 6 games. Like, he went cold for 2 games. Outside of that, he has just been wrecking shop.
Absolutely. And it's the big home runs, too. It's not just like, oh, here's a little dribbler. No, he has made these massive clutch hits, and he's really led the team this year. And you talked about the speech that he gave his team after that 18-inning marathon loss. And so it feels like in every way he is the face of this franchise. And so now you have to really consider Vladdy Jr. is now minus 200 to win World Series MVP. He was 10-1 2 games ago.
God, if you jumped on that. Also, I will say this. Now, this is fascinating, too. If you really think the Dodgers, because they got Yoshi Yamamoto going tomorrow night, and we know how untouchable he's been. He's facing Kevin Gausman, I believe. So if you like the Dodgers to win the final 2 games of the series, you can get Shohei at plus 250 and Yoshi at 15-1. So if you're a believer in LA, now is the time to jump in at plus money. It's hard to make a sell for the Dodgers just a few hours after what we saw in last night's game.
Yeah, I think it's hard to count out the Blue Jays for back-to-back games, right? I think that's the conclusion that I'm coming to. I was thinking about this because we made the case for Yamamoto, but the problem is if he pitches really well tonight, we'll have to go to a Game 7, and then it's more opportunity for Ohtani to do things. So, it'd be one thing if Yamamoto was pitching Game 7 and this was, the final game. But, if Ohtani comes in Game 7, hits a home run, and, closes out the World Series, that is a tough narrative to overcome for Yamamoto.
No, exactly. Like if the Dodgers had a chance to close things out in Game 6, so there wouldn't be a Game 7, then you're like, all right, Yoshi's the play here. Like, I think maybe you would look at him and say, this is the guy that closed things out. But, yeah, another opportunity for Shohei potentially to get in there and to do what he's done, all season, all career. I totally see what you're saying. At plus 250, even if you like the Blue Jays, I think just a little bit on Shohei at this number is not a bad idea. Game 6 tomorrow night. Dodgers a minus 140 money line favorite. The Jays are plus 120. Coming up next to the show, Lions defensive end Aiden Hutchinson is one of the best players in the game, and now he is being paid like it. That is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
In 20 minutes, the crew give out their power rankings after the weekend in the NFL. Here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, he's one of the best players in the game, and Aiden Hutchinson is about to cash. Okay, Chelsea. So we need to talk about the LSU coaching job first. Some of these Brian Kelly stories, I mean, they need someone. Brian Kelly is gone, as we know, fired last Sunday evening. Have you gone into some of these stories about Brian Kelly? They're not very good. Whether it was showing up at a recruit's house and eating barbecue after he knew that he was leaving for LSU from Notre Dame. Like he had 3 plates of barbecue and just like left. Like he just housed a bunch of burnt ends and then was like gone forever. And then there's the one about when he was at Central Michigan. This is with Brian Flores and Robert Saleh, I believe, and they were assistants. And so Brian Kelly was having, this is a very popular story where Brian Kelly was having a Christmas party, and he sent out invites to these guys. They show up, and they were not invited to the party. They were there to park cars outside. And
I've heard that one.
Yeah. So they parked cars, and then at the end of the night, they went and got the cars. They were valets for the night. They shoveled snow, and they promised each other, we will never treat people like that again. And then another one I read, this is from some article, this is all from X, where it was some camp, and some kid turns his ankle, and immediately Kelly looks to the trainer and says, get that kid off my effing field, just because he got injured. So, I don't know. There's not a lot of warm and fuzzy stories coming out about Brian Kelly. Those are just a smattering. But now LSU needs a head football coach. And Louisiana Governor Jeff Landry says Scott Woodward, the AD, is not going to be the one making the call.
No. I can tell you right now, Scott Woodward is not selecting the next coach. Hell, I'll let Donald Trump select it before I let him do it. I don't know, but the Board of Supervisors is going to come up with a committee, and they're going to go find us a coach. Because, wait, I want to, hold on. One real quick thing on that. Because here's what y'all reporters need to do. Y'all need to start looking at who represents all these people. Like these agents. You know what's interesting? If I'm not mistaken, Woodward's agent, Kelly's agent, the Texas A&M, they're all the same agent. Like you realize if I would be, I don't know how many sports writers we got here today? Just you. We should have a bunch. Okay? Like this is ridiculous. Lawyers would be disbarred for the way these agents act and the way they're able to represent. In fact, there's no doubt, they may even represent some of the players now. Like it's really time for the NCAA to put on some guardrails in college sports. Because, and it's fine. We don't need the guardrails. If big billionaires want to spend all that kind of money, no problem. But if I got to go find $53 million from Kemp, it's not going to be a pleasant conversation. I'm just telling you. I know. And I think that that's important as well. Y'all should start looking into that.
This guy's the governor? This guy is the governor of Louisiana and suggested Donald Trump would make the decision before his own athletic director or the athletic director at LSU. This guy sounds like my Lyft driver just going off about LSU because he grew up a Tigers fan and he doesn't like the state of college sports, but he really doesn't have a clue. This guy is in charge of a state?
Well, and if you're an LSU fan, you're like, this is who's going to be in charge of hiring our next coach? It just doesn't seem great. Like, the ranting is not helping. Like, I think that's it. It's just like the stream of consciousness ranting about it. It just doesn't feel very intelligent. So I don't know, like maybe he'll make the right decision, but it just feels like it's a state of chaos where you have all of these high-powered people who are supposedly helping and hiring the next LSU coach, but then you hear stuff like this and you're like, oh, well, that's not a good thing. And here's the thing, there's nobody there to check them. Like it's the same problem that he was pointing out, that it's like, oh, all these coaches have the same agent. Well, like who is checking you guys if you do a bad job? And I will say this about like Scott Woodward. Wasn't he the guy that also hired Jimbo Fisher and was like on the hook for that like huge, massive buyout as well? So like Scott Woodward is not, innocent in all of this as well. Like he has a point there that maybe he shouldn't be hiring the next head coach. But at the end of the day, this all feels like absolute chaos in the state of Louisiana.
I don't know what to say. I honestly, I'm not going to do it for the sake of our audience. I honestly want to listen to that soundbite again. Like, what in the world?
Who's here? Unpack.
Is that a sponsor? People here? You're looking at that. These lawyers will be disbarred. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? This is how college athletics work. You may not like it, but no one's getting disbarred for putting out information or for representing their clients or multiple clients. Does it increase the amount of money you might have to potentially pay? Of course, because like Lane Kiffin is a good example, right? You don't think his agent is going to leverage these openings to make sure that he gets a ton of money from Ole Miss or anyone else? Of course he is. I mean, right there in the SEC, you've got Florida wide open. You've got LSU wide open. Not to mention Penn State. I don't think he's up for Penn State, but the point is this is the name in college football coaching right now. And so that's the job of an agent. You may not like it. You may not appreciate it because it's going to cost you. And this is also a guy, again, that you mentioned paid all that money to Jimbo Fisher. If you don't like the money that you're paying, look at yourself. It's not everyone else. It's not the reporters in attendance. It's you.
Right. And, like, think about it. Like, this was the soundbite that was released, right? Like,
right.
Imagine how crazy, like, the inner ramblings were that weren't sound bites, that weren't at a press conference. Because didn't they have, like, a big meeting at, like, the governor's mansion? Imagine some of the crazy talk that was going on. What was it? Was it the night of the game or was it the day after? I'm trying to remember the timeline because it was a blur. But, like, imagine the chaos that was going on there when it wasn't, like, the sound bites they were giving to the media.
Right. What in the world? So who is LSU going to hire? Who do you think ends up being the guy? I don't know.
You want me to predict that
I'm just curious. Spoke? Like, if we're throwing names out there, if we're throwing names into the hat, so who might go to LSU? I was going to talk about this later, but I'll tell you something. It was Coach O yesterday talking about wanting to go back. Did you hear this?
As an assistant.
Yep. He told
I would
ESPN.
like that.
I would love it. For college football, Coach O said this to ESPN yesterday. Are you kidding me? I'm one phone call away. I just got to get my truck. I could be there today. He said he could be there today. Parted ways with LSU in 21. Won a national title there. Said Brian Kelly never embraced the state's culture, and I think he's absolutely right about that. What if LSU went back to Coach O?
It would be too
I would
good.
love it.
I don't know if we can dream that big, though. Because here's the thing. Like, whoever they hire, do you think they just want to just give the job to Coach O who hasn't been doing anything? Like, they probably want to bring in their own guys. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Maybe that's a dream that's not going to be fulfilled. But here's the thing about Lane Kiffin, and I do think if you are thinking about sentimental ties at all, it feels like Lane Kiffin has more ties to Florida. Because I'm sure you've probably heard about why he wears a visor. It's because of Steve Spurrier. Like, Lane Kiffin has all these ties where he grew up idolizing Steve Spurrier at Florida. So it's one of those things where it just feels like Lane Kiffin to Florida makes more sense.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's so chaotic because Ole Miss is like winning games and like the season's not over.
Right.
So it's trying to navigate all of this. And how long do some of these coaches or these schools want to wait around for a coach? Like, do you want to be twisting in the wind the entire rest of the season and into January? But the thing is these type of coaches that you want leading some of these Power 5 programs don't grow on trees.
Right.
And, like, do you want to go to the lower ranks? Do you want to take a big swing on somebody who's a little less proven? Because I think sometimes that's probably the better move. But because they have such a reputation to uphold, they are nervous to do that. They want a proven winner.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, if you look at Penn State is a good example right now. And the smoke is they're going to hire maybe Brian Hartline, the OC at Ohio State, right? We don't know that yet. But who are the names we've heard bandied about? Matt Rule, who's been at Baylor and Temple and Nebraska. You know, he's been around all these guys that have, you know, Brian Kelly's a good example, you know, Notre Dame, and then goes down to LSU. Nick Saban, Michigan State, and then LSU and Bama. So a lot of these guys, you know, they end up just sort of coming back around. The NFL is very similar, right? Where they just recycle these names over and over and over and over. And sometimes your best place to say, okay, it's easy to go with a guy who has proven he can build a program. It's easy to go with a guy who we know is going to win games. But some of these guys have ceilings. James Franklin has a ceiling. I think Matt Rule has a ceiling. That's why he's staying at Nebraska. He's very similar to James Franklin, where he's won a lot of games, but against top-tier competition, he has faltered again and again and again. If you want to break through the ceiling and you're a team like Penn State, what you need to do is say, maybe we look at someone who hasn't been a head coach before, but who is ready for that moment.
Right. And you take a swing on somebody. And maybe the buyout won't be as massive. Because, like, I don't know that much about, like, coaching contracts, but you would think these up-and-comers cannot command those type of buyouts that some of these established coaches can command.
Right. So I think it's a very interesting discussion to have. You know, do you go safe and this guy will win us a lot of games? But it also depends on where your program is to and what program you are. Like if you're at Penn State, I keep going back to that because I think that's the one program right now that is more willing to take a risk and roll the dice because they're tired of hitting that ceiling. Well, the Detroit Lions have not hit a ceiling this season. Not at all. They continue to play well, and now they have locked down their guy, Aiden Hutchinson, a 4-year extension worth $180 million, makes $141 million guaranteed, the most non-quarterback guaranteed money in NFL history. His $45 million average trails only Micah Parsons of the Packers, 6 sacks in 7 games in 2025. In his career, 34.5 career sacks in 46 games, so the Lions continue to lock up guys to be a part of that roster, be it Jared Goff, be it Jamison Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, all these guys that are key components of their franchise right now, been locked down over the past couple of years, and this is another smart one.
Well, and especially because Aiden Hutchinson is only 25. And he's somebody who is a hard worker. Like, all of the puzzle pieces fit, where he's not only super talented and physically gifted, but it feels like he has a great head on his shoulders and he wants to be at work every day. Well, obviously he's playing football, but like, you get what I'm saying.
Right.
But it
he'll
makes
show
a
up
lot of sense.
Once a week.
Yeah, he'll show up. He'll bring his lunch pail. He'll clock in. He'll clock out. He'll show up to all the meetings. But I think that this makes a ton of sense for a Lions team that wants to win a Super Bowl, because when you want to win a Super Bowl, you can't just build the pieces that give you like a good offense. You got to have something that will stop the top tier teams. And right now it feels like you look at maybe like the Eagles, but especially when you look at the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes. What is the one flaw that Patrick Mahomes has? If his offensive line does not block for him, he looks extremely human. We have seen it in Super Bowls. So I think it makes a lot of sense to give, you know, some of these pass rushers a bunch of money, because it does feel like they are the kryptonite for some of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League. And if you want to beat the best teams, you have to have something to stop some of these crazy good quarterbacks.
I was reading these quotes from Dan Campbell, and they're so awesome. Dan Campbell, he pulls a lot of slack, man. Pulls his weight and more. Like, you could just make up Dan Campbell quotes and believe them. Like, if Dan Campbell came out and someone asked him about Aiden Hutchinson, and Dan Campbell said, he nips it in the bud, brother, you'd be like, well, he does. And I'm probably right. I love it. Dan Campbell. Yeah. What's that?
I saw something on TikTok where maybe this is too in the weeds for most men, but it was like, the question was, is this a Dan Campbell quote or a Lorelai Gilmore quote from Gilmore Girls? Because she has like these like, you know, state of, or like consciousness, like ramblings where she just says like wild stuff. So like, it was hard. Like some things you're like, that has to be Dan Campbell. And they're like, nope, Lorelai Gilmore. And then it's something about coffee. We're like, oh,
Okay.
Lorelai Gilmore loves coffee. Nope, it's Dan Campbell. So an unlikely Venn diagram, but those two actually have a lot in common.
God, I would not have seen that coming. That's for sure.
Right?
Yeah. And I don't know that show, but I know enough about that show to kind of see like how you might put those things together. All right, very interesting. So Lions going to be good for a long, long time. I was talking to somebody last night, and they were like, man, what a world we're living in. The Lions are good. The Broncos are good. The Colts are good. It's like going back years and years. Coming up next here on the show, it is a Thursday. So before Week 9 in the National Football League, we will tell you our latest power ranking. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Coming up in 2 minutes. You know who has the power? We do. We have the power. NFL rankings coming your way. I love that you got a text from Texas Roadhouse saying, help make us legendary, please, Chelsea. Have you ever gotten a personal text from a restaurant or, I don't know, an organization or something that seemed almost like too personal, like they knew you too well? I feel like this is becoming more and more of a thing because of these targeted ads. Like last night, what was it where, well, I told you the story yesterday where I'm on ChatGPT, and as I'm listening to the radio, there's a story about ChatGPT and how being online too much with AI is not a good thing. And then last night, Catherine was talking about something. I forget what it was because we were having a couple drinks around the corner. And as she's talking about it, there's some sort of ad on the TV in front of us. And she was like, I don't know what's going on here. She goes, I think you're right about this simulation thing. You know, sometimes you get things that are a little too personal depending on your environment. Do you notice this? And sometimes it's a text too. I'm like, you don't know me this well, but then maybe you do.
Oh, absolutely, because your camera and your phone is always watching.
Right.
So, like, I get it. But sometimes it can be a good thing where it's like, you're like, oh, I really do like that dress. Like, you got it right, algorithm. Nice job. Where they show you things they think that you'll like, and you're like, man, you really nailed it this time. Great job. I will say that's one thing that the futuristic movies actually got right. Because going back to, I think it was Minority Report, where they have those ads where it's videos and they talk to you. And it says, like, your name. And it's like, hey, Chelsea, come down to the dealership. We've got some new cars. And so we are living in that. Like, we haven't got the flying cars yet, but the ads, we are good at that. If it can make people money, we put our time and energy into making those things.
I feel like, knowing you after all this time, you're very upset that we don't have flying cars. Like,
I am. I've mentioned it a lot on the show.
Yeah. Well, I mean, which is okay. It's not a knock. I'm just saying that every time we talk about the future, like, where are these freaking flying cars? I've been waiting on these things.
I'm real mad. I'm mad about it because this was like a childhood, like when you picture the future and you like watch the Jetsons growing up, you're like, oh, flying cars, that's going to be a thing, right? Right? And it never happens. No, they're like, hey, how about self-driving cars that sometimes accidentally kill people in Arizona? You're like, no, that's not what I wanted. Yeah. I don't want cars that park themselves. I don't want any of that nonsense. I want the flying cars. Because think about all of like the traffic you could avoid. I don't know if that would be like a whole other bag of issues where it's like, okay, you need to fly at this level, 2,000 feet above the ground. And then if you're going this way, because people in our town can't even do roundabouts. So like, imagine if there were flying cars, the chaos that would be in the skies.
Oh, yeah. How would you even patrol that?
You wouldn't.
I saw this thing I was reading about tech yesterday, like a total nerd. And Elon Musk was talking about this concept, which I don't like Elon Musk, but whatever. But he was saying that, you know, they're building all these data centers, right, for artificial intelligence. And he was saying, you know, if you think about it, what we could do potentially is we have all these cars out there, like all these Teslas, right? We have so many cars out here, and these are smart vehicles. Potentially, we could have so many cars out, a fleet of cars, and because they're intelligent, you could draw a very small amount of inference or energy from each of these cars, right? This massive fleet across the globe, and pull all of that inference together. And that's the power and the backbone that you need to draw the energy and to draw in all of the computing power to end up powering these chatbots and artificial intelligence. So ideally, you wouldn't even need these data centers. You wouldn't even need to build these anywhere. You can just use this fleet of cars all over the world and draw from the capabilities that they have, which sounds like a bunch of robots all over the world. Kind of terrifying.
I feel like this is where my head starts to spin. You can probably see it in my eyes. When you start saying like inference, I'm like, what does that mean? But like, it does not compute in my brain that it like takes things for AI to work. Like when people, they're like, make me an action figure. that takes energy. Like,
Yes.
that doesn't cost nothing. And people do it just on a whim. So I don't know what this is doing to our environment, but I feel like there needs to be like more awareness that like that stuff like comes from somewhere.
No.
And it's like, hey, do you want oceans on this planet like in 100 years? I don't know if it's oceans, but like I haven't looked into it, but like I wish we were more educated in the fact that like, hey, maybe don't just use AI to make Stephen Hawking videos for people on Instagram.
It's a very fair point. Will Stephen Hawking make our top 5? Probably not. I mean, right there at 6 because he's been getting it done. He's been getting it done lately. I gotta say, those tricks, incredible. Let's do it, Double D.
Jenks and Chelsea tell you who has the power.
There's a power struggle.
After the weekend in the NFL.
Best team ever.
Best team ever. Okay, Chelsea, I'm gonna start with you. Now that I give you my nerd talk. I think I was less concerned
Inference.
with inference. I was
Power.
I was less concerned, and I'm sure some tech guys like he's got this all wrong. But my point is, it just sounded to me. I'm like, this sounds like robots taking over, but whatever. All right, who's your top 5?
All right. So from that to this. All right, power rankings in the NFL this week. And usually I am somebody that goes pretty much by the numbers, and I say, okay, I need to make a case based on the numbers to make this team my number 1. Not going to be the case this week because we're going with the Kansas City Chiefs. The eye test still matters, and championships still matters. Postseason experience still matters. And hell, even if you look at some of these numbers, the Chiefs are starting to catch up. If you look at scoring margin in the NFL, Kansas City has rocketed all the way up to number 2 in the league. 10.4 is their average scoring margin, which is actually pretty impressive for a team that you think, oh, they're just going to slide by, because it hasn't been the case the last few games, and it's really upped their scoring margin. But again, it's Patrick Mahomes, it's Andy Reid. Now they have their full complement of weapons, so you didn't need any numbers to impress me there. But speaking of numbers, my number 2 team, you cannot ignore simply because of the numbers. What the Indianapolis Colts are doing with the best scoring margin in the NFL. And then you watch them. They are such a complete team. The defense is great, even away from home. You know, they have a great scoring margin, one of the best scoring margins in the NFL when they go on the road. Jonathan Taylor performing like an MVP. Danny Dimes throwing it down the field and making the throws when he needs to. So they are the number 2 team. For me, I've got to catch my breath. Number 3, speaking of catching your breath, good luck doing that when you're trying to defend the Detroit Lions. It feels like the fastest team in the NFL now that Tyreek Hill is not playing currently for the Dolphins since he is hurt. Jahmyr Gibbs just feels like a cheat code. And this offense feels like it has been back to all things normal despite losing their offensive coordinator. The pieces are still there. You still have a veteran quarterback, and you still have one of the best motivators in the NFL in Dan Campbell. Next up, we're going to go to a team on the rise, the New England Patriots for me. What we've seen from Drake May, and I don't want to, overreact here.
Yeah.
But he looks like one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. This defense is amazing. And Mike Vrabel, again, you have a great head coach that's good at motivating and keeping his team, on the right track for the entirety of the season. And then finally, feels like you just leave the light on for those teams that are contenders and have won Super Bowls. So I'm leaving the light on for the Philadelphia Eagles. I feel like I can't bump them out just yet. They've been out of my top 5 in and out, but the Eagles are still good. Is it going to surprise anybody if they turn it on down the stretch? No. So Philly is my number 5 team.
All right, very good. I'll go from 5 to 1 here. I'm going to start with the Eagles. I'm like you. They don't impress me, but I don't feel like they impress anyone so much as they do. They just win. And that's kind of their MO. Not a sexy team, but the talent is there, defending world champions, blah, blah, blah. Even when they aren't great, they still just find ways. So I'm going to have Eagles at 5. 4, I'm going to go Colts. They should probably be higher. I know you have them sitting here at 2. So I'm going to put them at 4. I want to believe in the Colts, and I think I'm probably with the public and not fully appreciating how good that they are. Look, this is a team that is sitting here, 1 loss. There are only 2 one-loss teams in the National Football League, the Colts and the Packers. So I like what I see out of the Colts. Let's put them at 4. Packers out of nowhere coming in at 3. I am ashamed of myself. I forgot about the Packers for a hot second. And I think it's because they had that tie in Dallas. They had that one loss, but one loss is all they have this year. Jordan Love looked fantastic against that Steelers defense. Christian Watson is back. Obviously, with Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary and that defense, they can play with anyone, and they're only going to get healthier as the season goes on. So the ceiling keeps going up for Green Bay. And number 2, Lions look as good as ever. Fine, you lost at Arrowhead. No shame in that. The other Lions, they re-signed Aiden Hutchinson for a reason. Those key pieces are locked in. They're as good as ever. And finally, the Chiefs. I mean, God. Good job, Chiefs. You're always the Chiefs, okay? Like, you say, oh, he's a hater. Yes, but also I put them at number 1. So even though I have Chiefs fatigue, like a lot of people, and even though I hear things on the radio like, and Patrick Mahomes has an issue with this spot, I'm like, God, of course he does. He always has an issue with the spot, issue with everything. But Kansas City is playing like Kansas City. They have been awesome, so Chiefs are number 1.
Well, you don't have to like them, but you do have to respect them. And listen, they are the favorite to win the Super Bowl right now over at BetMGM. Jenks, I always look at my list, and there's always like one team you're like,
I know.
I probably should have put that team on. So now I'm looking at the odds over at BetMGM. The Bills have the 3rd shortest odds to win the Super Bowl, and we didn't put them in our top 5.
Oh.
Is it really that big of a concern, their defense? Because that's why I didn't put them in, because I just don't really trust their defense. And, like, they can beat up on the Panthers and whoever, like, as much as they want. I don't know. But it's still Josh Allen. Like, Josh Allen can make up for a lot of things. So maybe the Bills deserve to be in there.
They probably do. But this time of year, I think that once we have a better idea about which teams are good and which teams are bad, we tend to focus on recent results, and I get that. And the Bills, look, they just absolutely drilled Carolina this past weekend. They came off the bye week like gangbusters. At the same time, it's like, over the past couple weeks, they didn't look great. So, look, next week, Bills will probably be back in. Yeah, that goes. Coming up next here on the show, it's time for some Thursday night football, Ravens and Dolphins. We'll look at props, look at the game. Hour 2 is coming up next here on the Daily Tip. It is on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Grab your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for Hour 2, the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM, and it starts right now. Coming up in the next hour, we will start with Thursday Night Football. What will the Ravens look like now that Lamar Jackson is back in the fold? And can the Florida boys do some damage in the Sunshine State? Because Lamar Jackson is from Florida, so is Derrick Henry. But some of these props are very high, so if you wanted to look at Derrick Henry, consider the prices first before you buy in. At 7:20, we give you an early look at Game 6 of the World Series. Can the Blue Jays really close out the big, bad Dodgers without even going to a Game 7 in Toronto? And then we will go to even more football at 7:40, where we give out our survivor plays. Who wins outright in the NFL? It feels very simple, but as we've seen, sometimes it can be a little tricky. All right, Jake, so I was just thinking about watching Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and their highlight reels from high school. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of watching these. Like, most notably, Derrick Henry in high school, like, looked like a monster, where he did not belong on the same football field as some of these, like, defensive backs. Bless their hearts. But have you ever seen a player in high school where you're like, oh my gosh, like, this guy is going to be something, and you see him with your eyes, and you're like, I have to follow that guy.
You know what? I think this is going to go back. Do you remember Ronald Curry from North Carolina? Okay, so Ronald Curry played football and also basketball, and he was a very good player at Carolina. And I've heard people say over and over and over and over, and I've seen it too, this guy might have the best high school tape of all time. Like, just ridiculous stuff where it's like, how is he doing this? How is he doing this? So that's the one that always comes to mind. I've seen Derrick Henry's. I mean, holy Lord. That was truly men among boys. Like, this is an AI generated, like, this is not real, right? Like, this guy's not really doing this. So Henry is up there. Ronald Curry is up there. And then I covered a lot of high school football. And so there was a guy, Chris Robertson, he led the state of Texas in rushing. And I have a personal connection with Chris because of a story I did a long time ago. And actually his freshman year at Texas, he led the team in touchdowns. Like, he was a goal line specialist, but his tape was awesome because I watched him in person. He was just unstoppable. So there were guys I saw in person, but those two tapes that I saw or reels were just, to this day, stick with me.
It's wild how some of these guys who look so dominant in high school and even in college, where you're like, there's no way that guy is not like a star in the NFL. Right. And sometimes it just doesn't happen. It just goes to show just how competitive it is and how many things change from, like, obviously high school, where sometimes you just out physical guys, where even though I'll say for Derrick Henry, he still makes guys look like that. Like, I remember when he played for the Titans, it's like, well, this looks like his film against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Like, it's basically the same thing. Because, for Derrick Henry, he is just such a big running back. Because normally the prototype is like, 5'8" bowling balls. And Derrick Henry is like 6'2". So it's one of those things where if you genuinely love football, like, that is a rabbit hole on YouTube that's very fun to go down.
I agree. It's always cool to me and fascinating to watch the progression of athletes. And I know I've told this story before, but it's fun that, when Drew Brees was in high school, I covered him a little bit, and then he went to Purdue, and he came back home, and then I went over to Drew Brees' house one time when he was on Christmas break, and I just sat down with him and did this long story, and his stepmom was really nice. She was like, oh my God, you have to play this one song. We do this story on Drew, and we always play it and everything. And so it's just very organic, right? And so, I mean, he was just the nicest guy in the world. I'm like, I sat down with this guy for half an hour, just hanging out, talking. And before he just blew up, now that wouldn't happen today, but it was cool having had that moment to watch him go from not recruited by Texas and Texas A&M, which is where he wanted to go, going to Purdue, becoming a star, then going to the NFL, winning a Super Bowl, and being one of the greats and being a Hall of Famer. And so to see where someone started to where they ended up, sometimes that journey can be really rewarding just as a fan.
I was wondering if you were going to mention him because I knew that you covered him in high school.
I did. Yeah.
But it feels like maybe his story, like I'm just guessing here.
Yeah.
That like maybe he didn't have the best film, like compared to like Lamar Jackson. Where you see his film and you're like, oh my God, what an athlete. And it's wild to me how some of these quarterbacks, it's not about being the best guy in high school because obviously they have to be good enough to like go to college. But like even like you look at guys like Josh Allen, you're like, how did he go to Wyoming? Like, what are we doing here? And I feel like so much of it is like between the ears, and it's how much you are a student of the game and mentally how much adversity you can take and how quick can you make your reads. So it just feels like the quarterback position. I know I talked about Lamar Jackson, but it feels like those are some guys that maybe they develop later in life.
Absolutely. I mean, Drew Brees, for example, had a good tape, but it didn't blow your mind. Right. So, and this is not a knock at anyone, but Purdue is generally not your first choice if you are a high-end quarterback. Correct. Do you know what I mean? Let's just call a spade a spade. It's a very good school. They've had some history from time to time, but overall their history is not great. So he took an opportunity where he knew he could go and perhaps thrive, where he was going to be appreciated, and that's exactly what he did. But he really wanted to go locally to Texas or Texas A&M, and neither of those schools offered him a scholarship. So he didn't jump off the page, but clearly he had something, and he went on to prove it. So it wasn't the tape that was amazing, but sometimes there are a lot of factors that go into that as well.
Well, and also like Drew Brees, like part of his like legend and part of his legacy is that how long he stayed in the NFL. Like he was somebody who was good for a long time.
Yes.
Well, it's kind of the opposite lore for Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. And Jinx, I think this is why it's so frustrating to Ravens fans. When you look at the highlights from like the Ravens offense, you're like, nobody's stopping this. This backfield with Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry, how are you going to stop this? But right now, the Ravens are in desperate territory where they have started their season off on a terrible foot. But listen, Lamar Jackson is supposedly back. That's what they're telling us, at least. Hopefully, they don't change their minds today. But the Ravens and Dolphins squaring off tonight in Thursday Night Football. Ravens 7.5 point road favorites here, total of 50.5 points. So, Jenks, how much do you trust that Lamar Jackson is healthy and a full go tonight? Because I do think he plays.
Yeah.
But it's wild to me how I'm not really sure what's going on there. I don't think Lamar Jackson himself would play unless he's, ready to roll. It does feel like there is a question mark. Like, I don't know how much he's going to run because, usually Lamar Jackson is such a weapon with his feet. But if he is, dealing with a hamstring injury, maybe ease off there. I just feel like there is a big question mark there for me.
I kind of think Lamar's going to ball out tonight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I kind of, I think he's going to come out and put on a show tonight is what I think is going to happen. And this is the time to do it because the Dolphins defense is terrible. Like, this is the perfect storm, the perfect stew for Lamar. Oh, gosh, Lamar to come on in. Rubbing the microphone. But think about how this sets up is what I'm trying to say. So the Dolphins, I am not fooled by them dominating the Falcons last week. Falcons had Kirk Cousins at quarterback. Michael Penix was out. Drake London was out. So fine, the Dolphins got a dub. Good on you. But that defense is one of the worst defenses in the National Football League. The Ravens, quietly, their defense over the past couple games have been top 10 defense. I think Lamar's going to come out and use that defense that has been playing better and really show us what he can do. And he's ready to come back, especially after the start that this team has had.
This is the tough part from a betting standpoint because I tend to think you're right. And that maybe Lamar Jackson has like been sandbagging and then all of a sudden he's just going to come out and rush for like 62 yards. But like at the same thing, it's like, okay, if he doesn't, and they don't run him into the ground, you should be like, Chelsea, you should have seen this coming. He's been on the injury report. But the thing is that the matchup is so good. Like I said, the Dolphins been absolutely terrible against the run. They have given up the third most rushing yards to opposing running backs. But then I was like, okay, well, maybe you play Derrick Henry, because if you don't want to, say, hey, not so sure about Lamar Jackson, these props for Derrick Henry are absolutely wild. 89.5. Like, these are numbers that we normally get for like prime Derrick Henry and prime Ravens. So I don't know if the books are like, all of the trust has been restored. And maybe it's a little bit of this where sometimes you'll see a number and you're like, that's really high. And then it'll go way over it. So sometimes I can't set the number high enough. I do feel like this is probably a great candidate for a breakout game for Derrick Henry, who's had a bit of a pedestrian season, but also, when Lamar Jackson's not in the fold, your backfield isn't as dangerous. So last week he had 21 carries, 71 yards.
Chelsea?
Had a 28-yard run against the Lions. Did I cut out?
There you are. Yeah, you popped out for a second. I just want to make sure you're okay. Go right ahead. We're locked in.
Okay. Back to Derrick Henry.
Yes.
Okay, so the difference this year is that he hasn't had those long, explosive runs. Maybe this is the time he breaks out, because you could go longest rush over 19.5, because he's only hit this in one game so far. The first game this season against the Lions had a 28-yard carry. Other than that, it's been a steady diet of 14, 7, 12, and 10. So maybe as opposed to taking, over 89.5, you go 19.5 longest. Rushing.
Yes, I agree.
I don't know what's going on.
Your last, you were nailing it, and like the last 5 seconds cut off, and I was like, so you're going over? Is that where we're going?
Just go.
Yeah? Okay.
I don't know what you said. I'm going to refresh.
Yeah.
So you take the ball for a minute, okay? I'm going to refresh.
All right. I'll call the ball here. Okay, so what Chelsea was saying is that she's going with Derrick Henry, and she's looking at the over here. So I will give one prop that I'm looking at tonight, and I saw the stat yesterday, and I'm trying to figure out whether or not I'm going to go for it because it's a little juicy. But how about this? Devon Achane for the Dolphins. I'm a little worried because, look, the Ravens defense has been much better over the past couple games. Early on, it was a real issue for this team, right? Other offenses were just lighting them up across the board, but that hasn't been the case recently. Still, Devon Achane has scored a touchdown in the last 8 games in Miami going back to last season. We obviously know Tyreek Hill is out, so if the Dolphins are going to score, and we got a pretty high total here, sitting at 50.5, I think they're going to go Devon Achane. And if you look around, you can find it minus 155 for an anytime touchdown. I know that Chelsea's not big on anytime touchdowns, but for a guy who always gets the ball, particularly when the Dolphins are at home, I think it's a pretty good bet. Chelsea, you're there.
Okay. Talking about anytime touchdowns, I don't know if you covered this yet. So I was thinking, okay, Derrick Henry, anytime touchdown. It's minus 235. But if you look at Lamar Jackson, he's plus 170. Okay. Jenks, if you think Lamar Jackson has been sandbagging and he just shows out in a big way in his home state tonight, plus 170, Lamar Jackson, anytime touchdown against a really bad run defense, I feel like that's a solid play.
Oh, okay. I like that. Yeah. Derrick Henry's getting in the end zone. Oh, you know what we should do?
Parlay.
Come on. How about Derrick Henry anytime touchdown and Ravens money line? That's not going to reduce the juice enough, I feel like. I'll find a way. I like your way better.
Or you could do I wonder what Ravens minus 2.5 is. Because sometimes
that's smart. Let's do
even
that.
if it's not money line, you can get the juice down enough to where you combine those two, and maybe you can get minus 120 or something. Which I know somebody's like, you just said parlay, and now you're giving me a minus 120 parlay. What is this, prison? Maybe we'll think of something more creative that's plus money. But I do like that. If you just want, what do they call it? A bankroll builder. That's what they say on gambling Twitter, where it's something that's juicy, but they're like, it's to build your bankroll for more parlays. Maybe that's what we'll call it.
Let's do that. Brown the meat. Let's do it.
Brown the meat,
Brown
baby.
the meat. Come on. I'll put that in. I might just go big today just for fun. Because also, I really like the Ravens to cover the 7.5. We haven't even talked about that. We will later on in the show. You can play it down to 7, you can. I think this game is going to be ugly tonight. I think the Ravens are going to put a beating on the Dolphins.
Well, and here's the thing. Like, if the odds makers are correct, and, like, the Ravens are still favored to win the AFC
That's
North.
what I mean.
So, clearly, there is some faith in the Ravens to look a little better. And remember, a lot of those games at the start of the year were against really good teams, and Lamar Jackson has been out. So, who knows what we'll see from Baltimore. All right, coming up next, time to talk the World Series. Game 6, an early look to see if Toronto can close things out against the mighty Dodgers. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, welcome back and good morning. If you stayed up late and watched the World Series last night between the Blue Jays and the Dodgers, the Blue Jays took another one and taking command of the series, 3-2. So now we have a decisive Game 6 coming up in Toronto, which should be interesting. But the game is not until Friday. And Jenks, I feel like this has been a bit of a tough series to handicap simply because of the turnaround. Because I'm like, for our show, we prepare and we're like, hey, what are the big takeaways from the game last night? And it's like, well, you need to figure out what you're betting on as well. And all before the sun even rises in the central time zone. So we're looking at this Game 6. And I will say, like, from the jump, as soon as I heard that Yamamoto was pitching, I was like, uh-oh. This is the one X factor that I feel like I have talked about in every single handicap of these games where I'm like, the Blue Jays can hit anybody. It doesn't matter what pitcher you're throwing out there, except for Yamamoto. So I think this is what makes this game so difficult to decide on. Because on one side, you have a Blue Jays lineup that continues to impress and prove people wrong. Like the Blue Jays, once again, were, plus 170 last night? Yeah. And they continue to defy the odds. And, like, we're at Game 6 of the World Series. Like, at what point do we start giving the Blue Jays some credit?
That's the thing. I don't know. But can you really, I said this about Blake Snell. I'm just a broken record right now. And maybe the Blue Jays are like, say it again. Say it again. Back to Dodgers again. Back to Dodgers again. You won't. But Yamamoto's on the mound. Seriously. And I know Kevin Gossman is a quality starter, but if you're looking at this game, honestly, like last night, maybe I should have given more credit to Trey Savage. Hindsight is 20/20, but if you're looking at someone who has won, the Cy Young Award twice in Blake Snell, who had an ERA of 1.17 at home, taking on a rookie, I'm going to lean Blake Snell. So when I look at this game coming up on Friday, how am I going to fade Yamamoto, who has put together 2 complete game shutouts in the postseason? I don't know.
This very team. Like, that's the thing, is that we knew that Blake Snell kind of struggled the first time around against the Blue Jays. So I was like, okay, like maybe there's a chance he gives up some runs. But like Yamamoto shut down this lineup. Right. And so that is the difference maker. But at the same time, you look at this Blue Jays team at plus money yet again, plus 120. And here's the difference for me. It's not necessarily the pitching. It's the fact that we really haven't seen that much from the Dodgers lineup. Like usually all the things that I'm saying about the Blue Jays lineup are the things that we say about the Dodgers, where you're like, they're getting production from the bottom of the lineup. Like normally you look at the Dodgers and you're like, oh my gosh, it's the toughest lineup in baseball because you have Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer, Hall of Famer. And then even at the bottom of the lineup, you have guys like Kike Hernandez, who did his job last night, the one run of the game last night with a solo blast. But you're just not getting the run production that we're used to seeing from the Dodgers. And meanwhile, the Blue Jays, who have, all of these quote-unquote no-namers at the bottom of their lineup, those are the guys that are producing in this. So it's wild to me how, like, the script has flipped, and it's the Blue Jays who are giving the run support to their pitchers, because we've seen this in other games where the pitchers have not even had to be that great. Like last night, of course, Savage was amazing, but like they also scored 6 runs. So he could have given up some runs and it would have been fine. So that's the thing. It is hard to fade a lineup that is hitting the way that the Blue Jays are hitting the ball right now.
That's the thing. And it's going to go, I think, underappreciated when you look at last night's game, because Savage was so dominant that over the past couple games, the Dodgers just haven't gotten it done. Like Mookie Betts was shifted down in the lineup. Dave Roberts made that move because he was trying to get something going for Mookie. Like he's been a ghost essentially in this series. The Dodgers have not hit, where conversely, you have everyone in that Blue Jays lineup contributing on some level. And of course, Vladdy is playing out of his mind. I was thinking about this morning. It's that right now, you always hear the term complimentary football, right? Everyone is doing his job. The Blue Jays are playing complete baseball right now. Their pitching has been outstanding. They're not going to cover off the ball top to bottom, not just the stars, not just Vladdy. Look at Schneider popping in last night for, oh my God, my mind's going blank here, for George Springer. And all of a sudden.
George Springer.
Yeah, and then he pops in and all of a sudden has a leadoff home run. Like their backup guys are doing a great job. And then in the field, we saw Shohei Ohtani sort of robbed of a potential double in the 6th inning in the outfield. Like defensively, on the mound, at the plate, the Blue Jays are doing everything right, and that's why they are making the Dodgers look mortal.
Yeah, which is crazy. Which is a crazy statement to make for a $321 million roster that, again, has back-to-back-to-back future Hall of Famers and the best player on the face of planet Earth in Shohei Ohtani. So it's just one of those things where this is also why we love sports, though, right?
Yeah.
When you see a David and Goliath story and all the numbers would point to one team, but yet it's the other team that it just, continues to put out these great performances where they're getting, 12 punch outs from a rookie who is 22 years old. These improbable stories, but this is where it starts. This is where legends are made, are in October. And here's something else that I feel like is a storyline here is that the Dodgers have been terrible with runners in scoring position. So when they do get hits, they'll get these solo shots because nobody can get on base, or if somebody's on base, they can't clean them up. This is from one of the Dodgers beat writers. So the Dodgers with runners in scoring position this season, in the regular season, hit 277. In the postseason, they are hitting just 210. That is a big problem because here's the thing. The Blue Jays have made some of these pitchers work for the Dodgers, like Blake Snell, and they'll get some runners on board, and then they will cash them in. And so they have these crooked numbers on the scoreboard where they're scoring 6 runs, where they're scoring 5 runs, whereas the Dodgers, when they get hits, it's just solo home runs.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that, timely hitting is a part of it. And I also think, and I know we discussed this yesterday, the Blue Jays they haven't been here. I mean, they have, in the 90s with Joe Carter. But the Dodgers are in this position every year. They won it last year. It's hard to repeat. The last team to repeat was, the Yankees from 1998 to 2000 when they won 3 straight. The pressure is on the Dodgers because they have built the roster to win it all, right? The pressure is on the Dodgers because they are the favorites. The pressure is on the Dodgers because they are the Dodgers, and everyone knows you spent all this money to win another title. So the Blue Jays, you talk about playing with house money. The Blue Jays are playing with house money. They're playing better baseball right now. They don't have the pressure on them. And now they're going back home with 2 games to win it. We're going to see how the Dodgers respond. We talked about this after Game 3. How will the Blue Jays respond after an 18-inning marathon that you lost where everyone was down? Vladdy Jr. gives you a huge pep talk, and you rise up and you respond. Now you've got Yoshi on the mound tomorrow night for the Dodgers. You got to win 2 straight. You can obviously do it, but the pressure has shifted. It's on you. How is LA going to show some resilience, or are they?
It almost feels like in March Madness when you see a blue blood school go down to a 16 seed at halftime, and you can see the panic on their faces. You're like, this isn't supposed to be happening to us.
Right.
We're supposed to be blowing this team out. So it's just the mentality is so different for a team that is supposed to be there and supposed to win a World Series and have been the favorites since day one of the season. So it's just, you're right. The pressure is different for the Dodgers. But I know this is very simplistic, but it feels like it's going to come down to execution. Because listen, you can build a roster to a T with all the best names in baseball, but we've seen it. It doesn't guarantee wins. Look at the Phillies. They should have gone way further. They're a good team. They had a great pitching rotation, all the things lined up. But when the games came around in the postseason, they did not score and they did not execute. So as good as the Dodgers lineup is, now we're down to a 1-game sample size. If the Dodgers do not produce in this game, and listen, baseball is a large sample size sport. So it's it could definitely happen. Where even if they're making hard connection, they're flying out at the wall, they're not putting runners on base, where it's just the panic starts to set in because you say to yourself, we start the World Series, okay, we have 7 games to prove that we are the best the best team here. But now that it's down to one game, that's when I feel like the panic really sets in.
I think you're absolutely right. Oh, and don't you want a Game 7? I want a Game 7. Yeah. Saturday night? You're like, yes, of course I do. Don't ask me that question. Of course I want a Game 7. And I want some Texas Roadhouse while I'm watching Game 7. I want just a huge sports Saturday topped off with a Game 7 in the World Series in Toronto. Like, that's what I want. And I think we might get it. Like, I got a feeling Yamamoto's going to come out and ball out, and then we're going to get a Game 7 in Toronto. That's kind of how I feel. Even though I have to say, I've really enjoyed the Blue Jays because it's been so unexpected. Like, to me, it's so exciting to see a team that they're winning in some ways in the way that they should because, of course, Vladdy's batting .415 in the postseason. But also then you have young guys, like Savage out of nowhere. This guy was not playing Major League Baseball 2 months ago. Not playing Major League Baseball. He was in the minors. Now he's striking out 12 in a World Series game. Just imagine his head. But he's just like, yeah, whatever. It's baseball. I'm here. Let's go. And then you have Schneider last night. The Blue Jays are a really fun story, and I think it's really added to what has been a great World Series.
Well, I think it's really good the contrast because we have a David and Goliath situation, even though I don't even like calling the Blue Jays David in this situation because they won more regular season games than the Dodgers. Yeah. I repeat, the Blue Jays won more regular season games than the Dodgers. So it's not like they're this little podunk team that hasn't been good the entire season. But I think this is good for baseball as opposed to sometimes in the World Series when we have two teams that kind of fit this bill. Like the year that they had like the Rangers and the Diamondbacks. Like I feel like people want a villain. And I'm not saying that the Dodgers aren't likable, but like you get what I'm saying. It's like this is the favorite, this is the villain, and you pit it against a team who, is the underdog. It's the great story. So I think that baseball could not be happier with this matchup. Like I know they got the Dodgers and the Yankees last year, but honestly, I feel like this has been a better World Series.
Oh, I totally think so. And it's just been it's exactly what I don't want to say what baseball needed, but you never know what sort of series you're going to get, right? Like if the Dodgers had swept this series, you'd be like, boring. Nobody wants to see this. So now it's easy to root for the Blue Jays. And even if you're a Dodgers fan, you're like, all right, we're not out of it yet. Our backs are against the wall. You had that 18-inning classic. Shohei had that game where, just looking at his stat line is still something that boggles the mind. You've got Savage. There's so many different storylines, and you've had so many great games, and so much has been unexpected, I think, in this series that it's made it a real, I was going to say toss-up. Maybe now the Blue Jays have the advantage, but we're truly at a point where it sort of is a toss-up, if you will, because the Dodgers still have, they're the favorites. Yes, the Blue Jays are the favorites to win the series. The Dodgers are the favorites to win Game 6. So if this goes 7, this is going to be perfect for baseball.
Absolutely. And what better ending? Well, honestly, it's not a better ending for Blue Jays fans. But Jenks, we were looking at this earlier. Like, what's the number on Ohtani to win World Series MVP? Plus 240. That is the best price that you have gotten all World Series long. Lest I remind you, I think it was minus 165 when the World Series starts, which is a bananas number on a World Series MVP ticket. But here's the thing. Like, even if Yamamoto pitches another great game, say it's not a complete game, just a good game, but they win this game, the problem is you're giving Ohtani another game, especially in Game 7, to set him up for, like, some type of heroics where he hits a home run and closes out the World Series. Like, I will say that's probably number one on the wish list for Major League Baseball.
Oh, don't you know? If you're Rob Manfred, like he's going to be, it's just been a great World Series. We're so glad both teams are competitive. It really speaks to the parity in Major League Baseball. I know everybody likes to talk about not having a salary cap and teams overspending, but here we are. Look at Toronto, blah, blah, blah. But then to his friends, once the camera turns off, he's like, God, I hope we go Game 7. I hope Shohei goes off. He's so good for us. It's exactly what he wants to happen.
Well, every commissioner you would think would hope for a Game 7.
Yes.
Just because, that's the best possible scenario, and you want the most competitive World Series. But Rob Manfred is also the commissioner that once called the World Series trophy a piece of metal. So I don't know what Rob
Correct.
Manfred was thinking. I am certainly hoping for a Game 7 because, Jenks, the dog days are coming where we can't bet on baseball. It has been great during the week not having to look at the NBA.
Yeah.
But it's coming, and I ain't looking forward to it.
Well, it is, but we'll get through it. We'll find a way. I'm like you. I've really enjoyed baseball, and it's been great, but pretty soon, it's Hawks and Raptors, I guess.
So enjoy it. The last couple games of the baseball season, but they should be the best ones. All right, coming up next, time to play Survivor in the NFL. Who wins outright this week? That's the big question. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, find out who'll survive when the Daily Tip crew lets you know their favorite Survivor picks for the NFL. Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is Thursday, October the 30th, which means we are a mere 1 day away from Halloween. But you know what's really scary? Trying to pick a winner in the NFL sometimes. Because at the start of the year, Jenks, we did see some chaos. But I will say this. Since then, it does feel like the favorites have been feasting. I did see where the public is actually, really cleaning up at the sports books this year because the favorites have done so well. So maybe, that means that picking a winner in Survivor, like we'll do in a few minutes, would be easier. Or maybe things are changing and that trend will only go for so long and we'll see a bunch of chaos this week. But I wanted to ask you this because at the house, we have been trying to get in the Halloween spirit. Okay. Yesterday, we had some music on, a Halloween playlist. And it feels very obvious to me that there is one Halloween song that is the best one of all time, and it's not even close. Thriller, right? Is there a song that even comes close to this? Like the fact that it's Michael Jackson, one of the best recording artists of all time, and the fact that it's so catchy, and there's a dance attached to it. We tried to learn like a little bit of the dance last night, which did not go well. There is a reason Mama was not a dancer. But it feels just so iconic, and it makes me a little sad that there's not that many Halloween songs. Like we have 1,000 Christmas songs, but like Halloween, it's like, okay, here's 5 songs, and then the rest of them are kind of a stretch.
Yeah, everything else they're spooky songs, but they're not necessarily for Halloween, if that makes sense.
Right.
Like a song that I love, which is a very 80s song, is Somebody's Watching Me by Rockwell.
Yes.
And the irony of that song is he's uncredited. Guess who sings the chorus in that song? Michael Jackson. Which
really?
So yeah, he's not credited, and he did it as a favor because Rockwell, I believe, I need to look at this. He was the son of the record label president, and he didn't want his dad to know that it was him, so he changed his name up and actually got a recording contract legitimately, and then as a favor, Michael Jackson came in. So when you hear, I always feel like somebody's what? That's Michael Jackson. And if you listen, you're like, oh my God, it sounds exactly like him. It's Michael Jackson. So it's kind of crazy that 2 songs that you hear all the time on Halloween are Michael Jackson songs. And one sort of, but one definitely.
That's crazy that you mentioned that because my husband was just saying that. He was like, this is Michael Jackson, right? I said, no, it's not. I would know if this is Michael Jackson, and it's not. So where Chelsea was wrong. I'm going to have some apologizing to do later, but that's really interesting. But Thriller is just so iconic.
So
and
good.
It makes me wish that music videos were like still popular because like not to dive too far into it, but I feel like this was like right at the precipice of when music videos like became a real big thing.
For sure.
Like I wasn't, a teenager back then, but like that music video is iconic.
Well, it was directed by, what is the guy's name? He directed American Werewolf in London and, gosh, was it John? It's not John
I'll
Hughes.
look it up.
It's, I need to look it up. Guy with the beard. There's a whole documentary on the making of Thriller, and it's super interesting because if you look at how it was made and the makeup and everything involved, it was such a production. And something like that had never really been done before, where an actual music video was sort of like a short form movie. And so they put so much work into it. Like really fascinating stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say John Landis. That's
Landis.
I did
Hughes.
A quick Google search. Hopefully that's
nice
right.
job. I was like, I'm close, but I'm not quite there. It's not John Hughes, John Landis, who was very famous and Michael Jackson admired very much, and that's how they ended up working together. I'm being a music nerd this morning.
But like it's fun and like it gets you in the Halloween spirit because I've had some trouble. So like I'm trying to do Halloween things. If you want to get in the Halloween spirit, watch the Thriller music video.
Yeah.
And then listen to that song on repeat at least 5 times. It's a good one. All right. Time to get to our Survivor plays for this week in the NFL.
2 men injured! 1 man leaves! There can be only one.
Who will survive?
All right, that's all you have to do is survive, like the people in a scary movie. When if they ask you, hey, should you get in the running car or choose the banana and go behind that desk? Don't go behind the desk. All right, Jenks, so who are you picking in Survivor this week?
Who am I picking in Survivor? Well, I guess I'm going to go with the Green Bay Packers. I mean, come on. Do you want me to justify this pick? Sure. They're taking on the Panthers. They're at home. That number has gone from 12 to 12.5 to 13. I believe it's still at 13. The Panthers are terrible on the road. 13.5. So every single day, every time I talk, this number goes up just a little bit more. Tomorrow, it'll probably be at 14. Wouldn't surprise me, and I'd still probably take it. I don't know who's going to quarterback for Carolina. It doesn't matter. Their offensive line took another hit last week. The Packers are healthier. Might be a bit of a short week for them. It is not going to matter. So, especially when you're talking about just winning outright. So, let's go Green Bay.
It's been a tough year for the household because obviously I'm a Titans fan. My husband is a Panthers fan. And, like, there was a week where, like, the Panthers didn't look bad and Bryce Young was healthy. I was like, this is the team we got to hitch our wagon to, like, because it ain't the Titans. But now things have taken a downturn for the Panthers as well. So once again, a race to the bottom between both of the teams in our household. All right, next up for me, I am going to go with another big favorite this week. I have a lot riding on the Lions over the Vikings. So Lions 8.5-point favorites. I also have them in my teaser. Have you seen their offense? Have you seen how fast Jahmyr Gibbs is? Do you know who's playing quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings? It's a question. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it's Max Brosmer. So it just feels like one of those situations where even the defense for the Vikings has not been quite as good as I think we thought it was going to be with a Brian Flores coached unit. And then football is complementary. So if it's tough to get things going on the offense with Max Brosmer, you know, it's harder on the defense as well just because you are on the field more. And do you think it's an easy defensive assignment covering the Detroit Lions, one of the most high-powered offenses in the NFL, and they're playing at home? I think not. So I'm going to go with the Lions as my Survivor pick this week. Next up, we go to you, David. Who do you like?
I am hitching my wagon to the Indianapolis Colts. For many reasons. I actually may have played a little futures on Jonathan Taylor to win the MVP of the NFL this year. He looks unbelievably great. And then Mike Tomlin coming out this week and going, our DC is capable, instead of going, our DC is trash. He needs to go away. That defense for the Pittsburgh Steelers is not good. So I'm hitching my wagon on probably what you could argue is the hottest team in the NFL, the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, I believe it. And listen, as somebody who was sold on Mike Tomlin as an underdog last week, and I said, oh, Mike Tomlin is a home underdog. Have you seen the numbers? The Steelers lost and they did not cover. So once again, if you were thinking about using that, maybe just don't. All right, next up, we go to you, Denton. Who do you like this week?
I'm going out west. I'm taking the Los Angeles Rams over the New Orleans Saints. Really, it could stop with the Rams are good, the Saints are bad, but I have more information. Spencer Rattler is being sent to the bench. So, you know, Rattler's down, the Rattler crew not having a good one. But that also means that the senior, old man Tyler Shuck, is going to get his first start in the NFL. And I can't think of a worse team to play right now for your first start in the NFL than the defense of the Los Angeles Rams. With those defensive ends that they got, it could be a bloodbath in Los Angeles, so I like the Rams.
Is there a Rattler crew? Are there stands of Spencer Rattler that I am unaware of?
The Rattlers.
You're not a part of the Rattlers? You didn't get the Facebook invite?
I did not. So I'm not a part of the Rattlers, but I did see one highlight, I think, from the Saints last week. And it was that highlight of, I think it was Spencer Rattler who was trying to throw the ball, and the guy from the Bucs literally just took it out of his hand and scored a touchdown. Okay. It's all you need to know about the Saints.
I thought you were going to say, I saw a Saints highlight last week, and it was about Drew Brees. And I was like, yeah, that sounds about right.
Did anybody see that play, though? Like, it was wild. It looked like, you know, the picture of, like, what you would think. It's like taking candy from a baby. And you see this guy who just goes up to Spencer Rattler and just takes the ball. I'm like, did that just happen? That might be one of the worst plays I've ever seen in the NFL. And we've had some bad ones. So congratulations, Saints. you are now on SportsCenter's Not Top 10. I don't know if that's still a thing. I hope it is. It's been a minute since I've watched SportsCenter, though, so I don't know. Jenks, do you still watch SportsCenter?
Not really. I don't watch a whole bunch of ESPN, if we're being honest. I'm trying not to sound like a hater here. I watch a little bit from time to time, but it's more of if I'm in the bar, I'll have, because I know everybody there, I'm like, would you mind putting on ESPN because they'll have like Terminator 2 on or something. And so I just like to, I like to glance up and see the ticker or see scores so I know what's happening, or headlines. I'm like, okay, that's good to know. I can look at that later or something. So I'd just rather have that on instead of a movie, just so I can keep up with things. But as far as actually tuning in and listening to what anyone has to say, no, I really don't do it. I hate to say
Hater alert.
Hater. I'm a hater.
But it's warranted. Like, Jenks, I think it was yesterday where I was turning on ESPN. I was like, I wonder if they're talking about the World Series. Like, we just had a great game. Like,
yeah,
maybe they'll talk about it. No, Steve and I talking about, like, who has the better case for MVP, Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes? And at some point, it just feels like it is the lowest level of sports talk. And I understand they have to appeal to a casual audience. And that's what I do appreciate about betting, is that people who are betting are generally pretty informed. So shout out to the listeners and viewers of the show. We appreciate you.
We actually love you. We care about you. I just don't want to, I hope at some point there is a transition back to authentic voices. I think is super important. And maybe there will be. There's always shifts in sports media. Maybe there won't be. But when I'm hearing someone yelling at me or saying something that I don't feel like they actually believe, then I'm like, I'm already out of this conversation.
Well, and also it's like when you are force feeding like the NBA down our throats when it's like October. I'm like, the World Series is on.
Right.
Like
fair,
maybe
absolutely.
I'm just like in my own world of baseball, but it's like, it's the biggest games of the year. Can you talk about it for 15 seconds? So that's my play. Just 15 seconds. Just show one highlight from the World Series is all I'm asking. All right, speaking of the World Series, we will be talking about it next, along with Thursday Night Football, everything you should be betting on in the next couple of days. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is that time. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will preview tonight's Thursday night football game in Miami. Ravens visiting the Dolphins. Then more baseball at 8:20. Now that the Blue Jays have taken charge, we will chat with Danny Wexelman from Major League Baseball Network. And then it's the Dogster and our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you would like to join us there, you can do it on Valley Sports Live or valleysportslive.com. Chelsea, tonight, Week 9 of the National Football League. Ravens and the Dolphins. The Ravens are laying 7.5. They're minus 450 on the money line. Dolphins are plus 350. Total set at 50 and a hook. So where are we going here? Baltimore is going to get Lamar Jackson back, we think, unless they're misrepresenting whether or not he's going to play on the injury report, which was an issue last week. But assuming he goes tonight and the line tells you Lamar is going to play, what's going to happen here?
I think the hypothesis is that we see a big game from Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and the Ravens. I feel like this is the spot where they return to looking like one of the best teams in the AFC. Maybe I don't trust their defense too much, but I do trust, some of their playmakers, and especially in this matchup where the Dolphins are extremely susceptible against the run. They have been giving up the third most rush yards to opposing running backs of any team in the NFL. How do you think that's going to work out against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry? And I understand people are like, oh, the Ravens have been really hard to trust. But listen, this feels like it just has all of the hallmarks of a return game for the Ravens. Because think about it. Lamar Jackson is from Florida. So is Derrick Henry. And usually these are the games that they play really well in. I remember when Derrick Henry was with the Titans. When he played the Jags, that's the game in which all of his highlight reel was pulled from. These guys like playing in the Sunshine State, and especially against this lackluster Dolphins team that I know won a game last week. But still, I don't believe in the Dolphins, and especially when you see this line where the Ravens are 7.5-point favorites. So clearly, the odds makers still have faith in the Ravens, and they still have faith in them to win the AFC North. The Ravens are still the favorite to win their division. So either the odds makers are smoking something, or they know something about the Ravens. They say, hey, I know this team's been sandbagging, but there is still a good team in there somewhere.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think about, really, because I just feel like that, when the Ravens started off the way that they did, with the way that defense was playing, and Lamar's injured, you're like, there's just no way. There's just no way that you guys are going to be able to make a run here. But here we are. The schedule is manageable. I think Lamar is absolutely as healthy as he's been all season. Just listening to him and reading between the lines. I know we talk about that on this show where sometimes you can get an inkling as to where you should go with a bet if you listen to a player. And listening to Lamar and how motivated he is and the fact that he waited last week, I'm not ready yet. I'm close. I'm not there yet. Sort of tells me that this is his time, and I think he's going to come out and ball tonight.
Well, and especially when this is a desperate team. Remember, the Ravens have 2 wins this season. 2. That's it. So I know both these teams are desperate. And you look at the Dolphins and you're like, yeah, that team's definitely desperate. But what desperate would you choose? A desperate Lamar Jackson or a desperate Tua Tagovailoa? I know who I'm choosing. But let's talk about this line, Jenks. Is 7.5 too big of a number for you to lay? Or do you say, hey, this is a team that can score a ton of points. I'm not worried about the 7.5.
I think 7.5 is totally fine. Totally fine. You might want to play down to 7, I guess, if you want to. But ultimately, I just think that this is a smash spot for Baltimore. I think this game could get ugly. Because, look, even though the Dolphins got a win last week, okay, fine. You beat a beat-up Falcons team playing with Kirk Cousins at quarterback without Drake London. So that really weakens their offense. And the Falcons are sort of up and down anyway. So throw that out the window. It's one game sample size. The Dolphins are still a bad football team. Mike McDaniels is going to lose his job. He's going to lose his job. It's only a matter of time. This is one of the worst defenses in the National Football League. The Ravens are still motivated. They've already talked about how they need to win every single game. And if you're Lamar, having not played, he's a super competitive guy, as we know. And I feel like he's going to come out tonight and just play out of his mind because he's going to be able to against that Dolphins defense, number one. And number two, he's going to want to remind everyone that he's Lamar Jackson.
Right, and he's the leader of this team.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was telling the truth or not, but remember, he came out and said, I was the one that removed the ping pong table.
Right.
And the basketball goal and all of this nonsense from our locker room. So it feels like he is going to speak with his actions here, and it just sets up too well. So, Jenks, we've been talking about cooking up some creative ways to play this. And here's something that I feel like I do all the time that I probably need to be better at, is sometimes I get too conservative and I play two results where I dumb them down when in fact I should have just gone with the one result. And you're like, hey, if you think the Ravens are going to win the game, just play the 7.5. So I'm looking at these bets. I'm like, okay, do we want to play conservative? Because you can do Ravens minus 2.5 and a Derrick Henry touchdown. That's minus 130. But I know somebody's about to throw tomatoes at the screen. Like, Chelsea, a parlay for minus 130. What are we doing? Because here's the thing, from a value perspective, I think there are some plus money bets that are probably better on the table. If we think Lamar Jackson's going to have a big game, his anytime touchdown price is plus 170. That feels like too good of a price to leave on the table for Lamar Jackson. We know how dangerous he can be in the red zone.
Yeah, what? How can you not? I mean, I know they're going to feed King Henry. I get that. And here's the thing. They don't even have to be in the red zone. As bad as that Dolphins defense is, and as talented as Lamar is in the open field, he could absolutely break off a 25-yard run and go into the end zone, or a 30-yard run. He has the capability. So, obviously, when we're talking about bets, everything is price dependent. And for that kind of plus money, yeah, put a bet on that.
Well, especially when the total's 50.5. Because, I'm super conservative when it comes to anytime touchdown bets. But if there is a game to play anytime touchdowns in, it's this one. When you have a lot of expected points and a lot of chances for a team to score touchdowns. So any way you slice it, I think that is a great bet just based on the price. Or listen, Jenks, we never do this, but if you really want to get some plus money on the card, Ravens minus 7.5 combined with Lamar Jackson anytime touchdown score is plus 320. If you have a free bet, I feel like that's the way to go. Don't be playing our minus 130 parlays. Go for a little plus money. If it is a free bet, if it is a bonus bet, that's the way to use it.
I agree. Plus, you can find all sorts of deals and promotions at BetMGM where you can go in and all of a sudden take advantage of something like that. I know you implied that, and then why not just put it in and see what happens? You are tempting me with that minus 130, Ravens minus 2.5, Derrick Henry anytime touchdown now.
Lame.
That said, I'm lame, and I'm just throwing it out there. Just saying.
It's a good one, though. Because
it is a good one, though.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
It makes me mad that Derrick Henry is minus 225 to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
But, it's probably going to happen. That's one of those things where it's if you don't play it, he's definitely going to score, the first touchdown. You're like,
1,000%.
What am I doing? But as far as other props in this game, sometimes I like to look at the losing side just because it feels like when you have a negative game script, if you do think the Dolphins are playing from behind, sometimes it clears the pathway for some of the receivers. But listen, I have trusted receivers with Tua Tagovailoa as the quarterback before, and it did not go well. Because, Tua, has had some real stinkers. So when you're not even expected to throw, more than 200 yards passing, because, I think his passing line's, somewhere in, 215 range, it just feels like there's not enough opportunity. If I'm taking a receiver, I want somebody like Patrick Mahomes, who is number one trustworthy, and number two, gonna throw the ball, 35 times. I don't think that's going to be the case tonight. I do think that Mike McDaniel doesn't necessarily trust Tua. I don't know if you saw that soundbite from the other week where he was like, I don't know, we're going to try to see whoever's playing quarterback if he doesn't throw 10 picks this week. And you're like, wonder who he's talking about. At that time, Tua had 10 picks. And you're like, wow, that's a ringing endorsement.
I'm still mad at him because of that Quinn Ewers thing. I couldn't believe that. Poor Quinn.
What was it?
Oh, it's when Quinn took the field a couple weeks ago? Like against the Browns, I think. And Quinn's coming off the field, and, it's exciting. First ever snaps in the National Football League. So, and he kind of comes over to the coach, just kind of like, hey, how's it going, coach? I mean, I'm sure that's not how the talk goes on the sideline. Quinn Ewers is coming up. Hey, how's it going, coach? What's going on? Good game, huh? But obviously there's some sort of communication that takes place there. And Mike McDaniel just ignored him. Like, And Quinn was like, okay. That is a guy, Mike McDaniel, who is checked out. When a kid who makes the team, Quinn was, a 7th-round draft pick, plays his first ever NFL snaps, and you can't smack him on the butt and say, good job, kid. Nice job out there. And definitely smack him on the butt. You know what I mean? Like, come on, give him a little something. I don't know. Right. When you just turn away, that's not a good way to develop trust and likability and culture. I mean, you can't just say, good job. You ignored someone, your quarterback coming off the field. Just a bad look.
Yeah, that's being selfish. Like, that's being so mired in your own head that you can't, appreciate other people's successes, because that is a big deal. And that was a big moment for Quinn, and he deserved to have his moment. But, think about it. If that is one moment that the camera caught, imagine how Mike McDaniel is around, practice every week. Those type of people are vibe killers. And honestly, I don't think Mike McDaniel cares. Honestly, I think at this point he is trying to get fired. So that's usually not a team I would like to trust. Again, I understand they've won some games, but I feel like this is a smash revenge spot for the Ravens. I will be very shocked. The only sabotage factor I see for the Ravens is maybe their defense, but I don't know. I just feel like the Ravens can score a bunch of points at least.
I think so as well. I will give... Do I want to play this? Do I really want to? All right. Devon Achane, anytime touchdown. I might just go big. It's a little juicy. It's -155. You know me. But here's the thing. Did you know he has scored in 8 consecutive Miami home games going back to last season? And when you're talking about a total of 50 and a hook, don't you feel like that when the Dolphins score, it's going to be Achane? I do. I know you don't like anytime touchdowns.
Well.
I know you don't.
Listen, I have not watched a ton of Dolphins games, which we don't even get the option because they're a terrible team, and they don't ever choose it. Ollie Gordon's pretty good in those situations. He is a change of pace back. Yeah. But the reason why you're paying a higher price on Devon Achane is because he has been scoring the touchdowns. Ollie Gordon, I don't know if he has any touchdowns this year. What I'm saying is that there is a chance that he could slide in there and they could use him in that spot. But Devon Achane can also catch passes. And you know how I feel about running backs who have good hands. Those are great anytime touchdown bets.
Okay. Yeah, I know you're not huge on those, but that stood out to me. So I may look at that. I think I'm going big card tonight. Let's just do it. I'm definitely adding that little parlay you came up with. I'm adding this one. Anything else I should be looking at, Chelsea? Because I know you go really into the numbers here. You look at creative ways to bet where I'm just like, ooh, I like this amount is money.
Well, here's the thing. We haven't talked about the total yet, and it has gone up. Looks like it's gone from 50.5 to 51.5.
Okay.
That's the spot that makes me a little nervous, because I think playing totals in games with blowout potential can be kind of tricky.
Yeah.
Where, if a game's out of hand, most of these teams aren't going to put their foot on the gas pedal. Dan Campbell is, but not every coach. Some of these coaches are just trying to win games. So I would lean towards the over, because a lot of it is, what is your hypothesis on the Ravens defense? Do you think they can stop anybody yet? That is the question, because I do put in their part, contribute to the total. I feel like they're going to score some points. I'm not so sure about what to expect from the defense from Baltimore.
I'm not sure. Now, they have been much better. And I mentioned this earlier. Over the past couple games, it's not a massive sample size, but it is something that shows the improvement we've seen, which is over the past 2 or 3 games, they've been playing like a top 6 defense. Want to get really specific? I said top 10 earlier, but they've gotten a lot better. Now, it helps to have a bye week in there to kind of tighten up some things, but that's what coaching is for. I think there's a possibility here that maybe that holds us under the under, but at the end of the day, I think I'm going to be on the over. I think that's the right side. We're seeing the money come in that direction. Coming up next, we got to talk about baseball after last night's game between the Blue Jays and Dodgers. So Danny Wexelman from ESPN is here, and Major League Baseball Radio, she is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Give me a little something. Let's go. I was going to talk about something else, but whatever. Talk about this. We have baseball coming up. We are going to talk about that for sure. Danny Wexelman from ESPN will be here talking about last night's Game 5. We'll look ahead to Game 6 as well, Blue Jays and Dodgers. I am so excited because tomorrow morning I had to remind myself. At 10:30, tickets go on sale. This is old school, but I'm going to this concert. New Edition, Boys to Men, Tony Braxton, all touring together. And they are coming to D.C., and I'm going to be there. And the cool thing is they're all going to share the stage together. So it's not going to be Tony Braxton, then Boys to Men, and New Edition, which is the headliner. They're all going to be on the stage at the same time singing with each other. Those tickets are going to be outrageous. But I saw like this 2-minute promo video that was going around X, and I know I'm being an old here, but this is going to be so expensive, but it's going to be worth it. It's one of those things even Catherine was like, I'll go to that. I was like, really? She's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, all right, honey, let's go. Let's cook. So I got to be online. I can do that annoying thing. You hit refresh, try to buy those tickets immediately because they're going to go like that.
But when you said those three artists, I was like, that's definitely Jinx. Like, when I think of you, I think of, like, 90s hip-hop and, like, R&B. So, like, that's you. Like, that's I know totally I don't know you that well, but, like, that seems to me like a band that you should pay money to see because you will love it. So I think that'll be a great experience. And I think it just goes to show, like, maybe it's not this way anymore. I feel like those people could really sing. And, like, they can probably do covers of each other's songs, and it won't be an issue. Like, not to hate on Tate McRae, but, like, do you think she could do that? Like I don't know. Feels like it needs to be in her key. But she would have some great dance moves, and she would look very hot. But it just feels like one of those things that we saw from especially R&B in the 90s, where people were just such good singers. They could, like, sing the encyclopedia, and you'd be like, man, you know, Usher could do it all. I would listen to whatever he sung.
Oh, absolutely. And I always tell people who forget about New Edition, this is my favorite group of all time, as I've talked about. But within that group is Belle Biv DeVoe. So you hear Poison or Do Me. And then Johnny Gill is a part of that group. So you get Johnny's hits from the 90s. And then Bobby Brown is a part of that group. So you get all of his hits. So it's not just that one. And then the group has a ton of hits. So you just get this smorgasbord of 90s R&B. And I'm going to be all over that. Also, I wanted to mention this. Something more in your wheelhouse. And I've told this story before, but as we wait on Danny, I have to tell it again. So we're talking about Brad Paisley singing the national anthem before Game 3. And, of course, that went 18 innings, and how the last 5 national anthems he has sung in the World Series, all those games, have gone to extra innings. Remember when I told you I saw Brad Paisley in concert, and they had a hologram of Carrie Underwood there? Because they did a duet many years ago called Remind Me, I think.
Remind Me.
Yeah. Great song. Really great song.
Yeah.
And so Brad Paisley is performing, and they had a hologram of Carrie. And, you know, she sings it, and I'm like, oh, you know, it's good. It's really good. And I'm telling you, walking out of that concert, and I hear a girl behind me, I just can't believe Carrie showed up. That was so cool.
Oh, no.
I was like, oh. This is a while back.
Oh, no.
You know, like you could see, I mean, it was really well done, but it was obvious. I'm like, and I was like, ma'am, I don't know where you were sitting, but I was in the back, and I was like, that's a hologram. That is not Carrie Underwood. But
sometimes you'll have to remind me of how stupid the general public can be, because sometimes you give them too much credit. You're like, man, look at how great these memes are on the internet. Like, we're smart, we're great, we're American. And then you hear something like that, and you're like, maybe not. But Jenks, I had a segue for you. George Springer used to use Poison as his walk-up song when he was with the Astros. So he would probably love to go to that concert as well, but he's a little busy.
Never trust a big butt and a smile. That's advice that transcends the test of time. Transcends. We're going to get to Danny Welksman here from Major League Baseball Network and ESPN shortly, just waiting on her. But let's talk a little baseball. I'm on my voice this morning. Let's talk a little baseball. How about that? Blue Jays, down in the Dodgers last night, 6-1. Blue Jays plus 170 on the money line. Total set at 8. The under hits. And, man, Trey Savage. Can we talk about that for a second? We can talk about that guy. 46 days ago, this guy was pitching the minor leagues, and here he is striking out 12 batters, doesn't walk a single batter, allows 1 run over 7 innings, and then sets a World Series record, breaking the rookie record for strikeouts set in the World Series by Don Newcomb of the Brooklyn Dodgers back in 1949. We can talk about Vladdy. We can talk about Davis Schneider. We can talk about Blake Snell. Blake Snell getting
Blake
lit
Snell.
up. Blake Snell, giving him 5 runs. There's a lot of ways we could go here, but let's start with Trey because he was magnificent.
Oh, yeah. Like, I remember very vividly, like, when he was making his major league debut with the Blue Jays, and I, saw his stat line because I think he had a pretty good debut. And I think I was telling Den this. I was like, did you see that kid for the Blue Jays? His last name is Savage. How cool of a last name is that? Like, little did I know that we would be talking about him in the World Series. As somebody who is a 22-year-old rookie in the biggest moment, of any moment of his career and most of these guys' careers. So I just think it's a microcosm of what we've seen from the Blue Jays is that it's unexpected, even though, the talent is certainly there. It's just people have this foregone conclusion that it's the mighty Dodgers. Their payroll is $320 million. They have Ohtani. Nobody can beat them. But then the Blue Jays just aren't accepting that as fact. And they're like, well, watch us. Right. And every single game, this World Series, they have been at plus money. And Jenks, here they stand with the lead in the World Series. And guess what? They are plus money dogs once again in Game 6.
Man. I just love the resolve of this Blue Jays team. And what I really love is Vladdy giving them that pump-up speech after Game 3 and then delivering. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing to give your guys a rah-rah speech and then you go out and you rack up the old golden sombrero. That's not something you want to do. Guys, let's go get him. 4 strikeouts. Whew. Okay. He has not done that. Just one swing after the other, one home run after the other. Last night, back-to-back home runs at the top of that Jays lineup. He had the second one to put Toronto on top 2-0, batting .415 in the postseason. Unbelievable. 15 RBI in 16 games. He is your favorite right now to be the World Series MVP at minus 200. So the Jays are getting the perfect balance between their superstar stepping up and also everyone else doing their job. Do your job. You always hear that. Do your job. Yeah. Everyone on the Toronto roster is doing their job.
Right. Even the unlikely heroes, like from Savage to Davis Schneider, who was filling in for George Springer at the leadoff spot. It has been a great run for the Blue Jays, and I have been very, very entertained.
Oh, man, been so good. Well, I'll tell you something. We're going to keep talking about baseball, and we're going to do it with someone that you know who absolutely is all over the sport. Danny Welksman from ESPN covers baseball on a Major League Baseball network as well. Danny, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. And let me throw that question out to you. How unbelievable was Trey Savage last night? What was your take?
Well, guys, first of all, thank you for having me. I have been privileged to get to see him now for 5 games in the postseason. I went to his start against the New York Yankees during the ALDS and covered him a little bit when he was at East Carolina in college. And it's crazy to think that he was in college last year, right? Gets drafted, goes through 4 levels of the minor leagues, and then gets promoted in September up to the big league club. Only has 3 regular season starts before the postseason begins. So poised, impressed, just wowed, I think is the word that comes to mind for me, watching a 22-year-old rookie go out there and shove against one of the best offenses in baseball, even if we haven't seen it in the postseason. The Dodgers are. They have 3 Hall of Famers who made them look really silly. So it's incredibly impressive for him to go out there and do that. In Game 5, we know how important Game 5s are, right, to the series. The Jays actually lost their Game 5 during the ALCS, but Trey Savage took care of business. I can't imagine how good the Blue Jays must feel knowing that they developed this kid and then promoted him, and he's gone out there and done that. It's the splitter, right? It's the arm angle and the splitter. It's devastating when he can land it. It's effective, and it's disgusting, and it's untouchable. Aaron Judge said how uncomfortable that was during the ALDS when they had to face him. And I think the thing to note about him, we had a chance to talk to him a couple of times throughout the postseason. I've been on the road basically following the AL side of things now for 4 weeks, is just how collected he is, and the idea that he learned so much throughout those 4 levels. But this is a different breed of a kid. When you're built like this in moments like this, you're completely your DNA is different than everybody else's, and he proved that last night.
It almost feels like a microcosm of the Blue Jays themselves, where everybody says, oh, you guys are the underdogs. Oh, this is improbable. Even though the Blue Jays had a better regular season record than the Dodgers, like you see the odds, you see the narratives, everybody's looking at Ohtani and this roster that costs so much. And it just feels like the Blue Jays just don't subscribe to that. Like, how important has their mentality been throughout the postseason?
Yeah, and I think that's really important, actually, because I think that's a whole other side of what they're doing. I will say, I think people forget sometimes that the Jays are top 5 in luxury tax payroll. Like, the Blue Jays spent a lot of money in the offseason, and a lot of that went to Vlad Guerrero Jr., of course, but Anthony Santander as well, who's not even playing, right? You mentioned he's not playing. He's been replaced on the roster. That happened during the ALCS. George Springer, who is hurt right now, like he had a big contract. There's a couple of guys, Max Scherzer, who commanded a lot of money, of course, during his, 5th or 6th free agency now. But their mentality is probably what gives them the edge. I think a couple of things. One, everyone's counted them out. There's so many people who have drank the Dodgers lemonade, and that's fine. I get it. Like, you're the defending champs. You have a team of 3+ Hall of Famers. You have first ballot Hall of Famers. You have Clayton Kershaw on there who will be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Like, why wouldn't we think the Dodgers would be the better team? I remember in the offseason, I don't know if you guys remember, but everyone thought this team would go 162-0. They were like, who's going to be able to beat them? That's embarrassing for the sport. We're way better than that. Like, let's be really honest. Baseball's a really hard game. Anyone can win on any day. And what the Jays have done the last 4 weeks, kind of, they've taken on that uncommon man mentality that Ernie Clement's been talking about. And I think that that's just coming to light, but I think that they've felt that. And because nobody thinks they can win and nobody cares about them, they only care about the Dodgers, they've kind of just gone under the radar, ironically, right? They had a beast of a series against the Mariners, and they had to go to 7. The Mariners were really good. The Jays weren't supposed to come back and win that when you lose the first 2 games at home. That's who they are, right? You have Addison Barger, who's sleeping on a pull-out couch in Davis Schneider's home with his girlfriend. Like, that doesn't make any sense. These guys are just built differently, and I think the fact that nobody's considering them has bled into the way that they play. It's kind of like just an FU mentality. We talked to Tyler Heineman, the catcher for the Jays, during the ALCS, and he kind of told us, like, it's not like – this was before Game 7. It's not like Game 7 isn't important and we realize the magnitude of the game, but it is also just another game for us, and that's kind of the identity that we've taken on. And it's been special to watch this team come together, this band of brothers.
Danny, before we let you go, we've only got about a minute or so left, but how much pressure is on the Dodgers right now?
Oh, all the pressure. The pressure is on them. It is not on the Blue Jays. It's all on the Dodgers because of the payroll, because of the caliber of players that they have, because of the way that they've played, and their offense hasn't showed up. The Jays have diffused them completely. So it is completely on the Dodgers. The Jays have home field. They were the best team in baseball. They were the best team in the American League. And they have 2 games to get the job done. How cool is that? That we start the season internationally, we will end it internationally. And the Jays, 1993, they're trying to revive 93, and I think that they can do it.
She is Danny Wexelman, catcher on ESPN and also on MLB Network Radio. Danny, we appreciate your time this morning. Thank you.
Oh, thanks for having me, guys. I appreciate it. Enjoy the games.
Thank you so much. All right. Nice little insight there. You can just hear the excitement in her voice. I mean, I'm excited, but she makes some really good points. And yeah, all the pressure now is on LA. You were supposed to win this thing. You had the advantage. You had all the momentum after Game 3. 18 innings, Freddie Freeman. It was all yours. And then here come the Blue Jays. What a great series.
I think what makes this the best when it comes to baseball is that baseball is such a numbers-based sport, but it feels to me the biggest factor in this World Series is not a number. Like we keep mentioning, it's the mentality. So from a storyline perspective, like this is what you need from baseball. You don't need like, oh, well, he had a 45 angle launch angle and like he hit whatever. And this number is, this player's making this much money. It's like these are the storylines that are so easy to get behind as sports fans.
Yes. Could not agree more. Man, it's exciting. I'm excited. Mm-hmm. And we get baseball to bet on tonight. We also have Thursday Night Football. We talked about that. Maybe some hockey? Do I hear hockey? Maybe? Yeah. Coming up, we will tell you our favorite bets of the evening. And yes, the Donkster's here. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Always great to have you with us. So, Chelsea, we haven't talked about this. Here's what I'm going to need from you. Tomorrow, as you know, is All Hallows. Oh, it's All Hallows Eve today. Tomorrow's Halloween.
All Hallows.
So
that sounds so fancy.
Oh, yes, I'm a fancy person.
All Hallows Eve.
All Hallows Eve. and you, I think you, not me, I think you need to dress up for this show. Witch's hat, ears. Why not? It'll be Halloween. It'll be so much fun for you and us.
Well, why not you? Like, I'm up for it, but why did you? You're busy. You're doing this show. Put on a hat. It's not that hard. Get yourself, like, I bet Catherine has, like, some little accessories. Like, put on some devil ears or something. I don't know. Like, I have, like, several, like, costumes, but not costumes, where it's, like, when you want to look festive, but you don't want to do the whole thing. So I have, like, cat ears. I have, like, some little devil horns. Mm-hmm. So we'll see what I come up with. But I'm going to do something. Because, like, here's the other thing. Like, you only see us from, like, head to, like, neck.
Yeah.
So, like, if I had on a full-blown costume, you wouldn't even see it. So, like, I'm not doing all that at 3:45 a.m. Like, I'm not going to come in, like, full Joker makeup. You know,
why
at 3:45.
Not?
I woke up at 2 a.m. Because I don't want to do that. And also, it's like we give out 1,000 bets on Friday.
That's
and, like,
true.
do you really want... Are you going to really take me seriously when I'm talking about, like, scoring margin? It's
yes,
like, this is what the number says.
Yes, that's what we want.
Absolutely.
It's the Dan
And I'm
Le
dressed as a
Batard thing.
literal clown.
Do it.
Have you guys ever seen
You
like,
do
old
it.
school Dan Le Batard? I'm dressing up tomorrow.
Oh,
old school
good
Dan
man.
Le Batard takes where they're talking about something like really important,
Mm-hmm.
something that's really massive, and they're dressed up on like a Tuesday. For like Dan Le Batard will be dressed as like He-Man or something. He ain't got the body for He-Man, you know. Not many people do.
Right.
But he's talking about something like really important. We want that tomorrow.
Yes.
So I'm literally going out to find something that I can wear tomorrow.
Oh, I love this. Yes, please do that. Please do that. That's what we need to see.
See, I feel like I already do this to an extent. Like, I feel like this on days in which I wear, like, pink furry earrings. Because, like, I like wearing fun stuff. And I sit there and think, do you think people are taking you seriously, Chelsea, when you have on all pink and pink furry earrings? So I already kind of do this. Like, nobody takes me seriously. It's fine. Like, we have an inflatable donkey on our show. So, like, who cares at this point?
Nobody takes you seriously. Have you seen the end of this show for 3.5 years? Denton's got the right idea. If I can dress up, I will. All right. Double D says it's Devil's Night, so shout out to the Crow. He loves the Crow. Also, this reminds me, I always think about this, is that the funniest, I wish I'd kept it, when people would send in their resume reels back in the day, a resume tape, and a guy sent in his reel, we would always look at him like, what does this look like? What does this look like? It's not that much of a thing anymore. And this guy sent in his resume tape and his primary sportscast. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, here's something that had fun on Halloween, right? Or here's a bit. Mm-hmm. But his primary sportscast that he sent in was a Halloween sportscast, and he was dressed like a vampire. And it was and all the puns. We're going to do this tomorrow. And this was a scary win for LaCroix High School. He'd say that.
Oh, my gosh.
You know? It looks like the Mavericks took a bite out of the Raptors. Like, constant. And I mean, and the more he did it, the funnier it got, you know? And of course, a treat for the Blue Jays. Just another one and another one. He would just keep dropping them. Oh, by the end, I was in tears. I was like, look, this is a funny bit. And God knows I've done plenty of bits over the years, so who am I to speak? But the fact that this was his, like, this is the one thing I'm going to show you, like, that was definitely a choice. Oh, it was so good. I loved it.
But here's the thing, like local news used to be so cringe. Like we make fun of it all the time because like they love puns. Like the last 5 minutes of every newscast is like a kicker story, which is like a fun one. And it's like the weather person and the anchor, you know, who are just kicking around puns. Right. So like sometimes it plays. And I remember like news directors asked me, they're like, Chelsea, we need you to do cartwheels and play the tuba with the band. I'm like, did Barbara Walters have to do this? Like, nobody's going to take me seriously if this is what I have to do, this shtick. So, like, I absolutely hated that. And that's also not my sense of humor. I don't know if you could tell that about me. I ain't playing a tuba for a 10-second clip on the news.
My favorite bit would be when the sports guy would reference the news guy next to him. Like, they would show a highlight of someone at the game with, like, face paint and a wig on. Looks like Bob was at the game tonight earlier.
Oh, cringe. It's just cringe. God. All cringe.
Not cringe, our best bets. Let's get to them.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea. Let's go.
All right, so I am trusting the odds makers to get this one right, and I'm going to take the 7 with the Ravens, or I'll lay the 7, excuse me. So I'm going to take the Ravens -7 on the road tonight at the Dolphins. This feels like a get-right spot for a Ravens team, which I remind you only has 2 wins this year. So you say, why would you trust a team with 2 wins this year? Because Lamar Jackson is back. And because this is a game in Florida, and the top 2 offensive players on this team are from the state of Florida. And we have seen this. They absolutely show out when they are in the Sunshine State. And plus, the matchup is great tonight. If you look at the key matchup, okay, what do the Ravens do really well? They run the ball really well because they have Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry. What do the Dolphins do? They are not good against the run. They're giving up the 3rd most rushing yards to opposing running backs. You look at the props for Derrick Henry, it's 89.5 rush yards for his line tonight. He hasn't even come close to that in most games this year. So odds makers are expecting a big game from this Ravens offense. Maybe I'm a little nervous about the Ravens defense, but also like the Dolphins look like a dead team walking. Like I understand they have a couple wins this year, but still it's not a team I want to trust. If this game is a shootout, like the line suggests at 50.5, the team I'm trusting to score more points here and win by 7 points is the Ravens. So let's go Ravens -7 for -137 on the road to the Dolphins.
All right. I'm going to be with you here. I'll give a little bit more reasoning. I just feel like I don't even need to feel this way. It is a desperation spot for the Baltimore Ravens. And yet, when you look at their record, like there's no way they can make the playoffs, they are the favorites at -125 to win the division. Lamar Jackson is back. Even if he's not 100%, it won't matter because this Dolphins defense is so bad. One of the worst defenses in the National Football League. And toss that win that they had last week aside against the Falcons because Atlanta was playing without Michael Penix Jr. at quarterback and also Drake London. That was an anomaly. So now you get a Ravens team that must keep winning. Lamar Jackson had the ping pong tables removed. He had the video games removed, the Papa Shot removed. It is all business for the Baltimore Ravens. They come out, they make a statement. Dolphins 1-4 against the number in their last 5 against teams with a losing record. That is the spot tonight. Miami takes a big L. Ravens -7 tonight against the Dolphins. Anything else, Chelsea?
Yeah, I think I'm going to play it as well. Get the tomatoes ready to throw at the screen. Here's my conserva parlay for the night. So obviously we like the Ravens. Going to go Ravens -2.5. Combine it with Derrick Henry anytime touchdown. That is -130. Again, the Dolphins are terrible against the run. Derrick Henry's got to get in there for a touchdown. One would assume, especially when the total is 50.5. A lot of touchdowns expected, so I'm going with that little parlay as well.
All right. I'm also going to do it. I got a big card. Why not? Derrick Henry over 88.5 rushing yards. I think this gets to 90 by game time. The Dolphins defense allows 117 yards rushing per game. And remember, when Lamar Jackson is in the lineup, then Derrick Henry's production goes up because opposing defenses have to account for Lamar. Let's go over 88.5 for King Henry. Also, Ravens, Dolphins over 50 and a hook. I'm going to follow the money here. This opened at 49.5, and these are 2 over teams. The Ravens 6-1 to the over this season. The Dolphins 6-1-1 to the over. So over 50.5 it is. And how about a little stick and puck? How about that? Sens money line -160, a little juicy. Don't care. Hosting the Flames. The Sens should be able to cruise through this game because the Flames have been bad. 2-8-1 overall, 1-5 on the road. Dustin Wolf is between the pipes for Calgary. Has a save percentage of .887, and he is much worse on the road. The Sens should be able to have success against him. One of the better scoring teams in the league, averaging 3.64 goals per game, and they have the advantage on the PK as well. Ottawa on the money line, -160, hosting Calgary. How about that?
Ah, are you done talking about hockey? Should I check back in now?
You can check back in.
Boing. All right, we're back. Yeah, I'm not a hockey gal, and you know that about me. And here's something that, like, the reason that I don't try to do hockey is that sometimes I see people who don't know about baseball try to talk about baseball, and you're like, that person clearly doesn't know about baseball, and I have lost my respect for that person. I'm not going to do that with hockey, so I'm not going to pretend.
All right. Well, before we wrap things up here, we got to get to the Donkster. Donkster, get in here.
I have an impression I've been working on all week.
Okay. What is it?
It's a sports impression. Rum, 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 rum.
What is that?
That's NASCAR legend Denny Hamlin.
Oh.
Yeah, but that's a car, Donkster.
Do you want to hear it again?
Nope. Let's just get a bet before we go.
Devontae Achan, anytime touchdown, -160.
Well,
Nailed it.
Okay. A little juicy, but that's why he's the chalk donkey. Woo, man. No words, just sounds. I don't know how I feel about that.
Jenks, we got a lot riding on this game tonight.
I know.
You got a lot riding on this game.
I have a lot, right? Yeah. I mean, you do, but I do. I'm just a little on the nervous side. I need a dub. I'm going big. I'm chasing. Somebody has to set the example as to what you should not do. And I'm going to do it.
Well, and you can always bet 10 things on Friday, so it's
That's
fine.
right. I'll just chase again. And then, of course, I'll be on the right side. That's the way it always works. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew, such a talented crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a great Thursday. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Here it comes. Game 5 with a fastball that's hit in the air to deep left field. Call to the track. It's on the first pitch of Game 5. Brad Jr. hooks the ball down the left field line. Hit to start Game 5.
Uh-oh. Blue Jays game away from winning it all. Welcome in on this Thursday morning, Thursday night football. We'll get to that coming up in 20 minutes. The return of Lamar Jackson. He was removed from the injury report. Our final look at Survivor. We'll check in with Evan Silva on the NFL and Brett McMurphy on college football. We'll talk about our college football plays, 10 toes down. A lot happening over the next 3 hours here on Bet Sweats. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You wake up this morning, a game that was dominated by the Blue Jays. The Dodgers never seemingly in that one. Not the pitcher that you expected to have the dominant performance. And now it's minus 250. The Jays are minus 250 favorites for the first time this series. For the first time this series, Ohtani is no longer the favorite to be the MVP. A couple games ago, he was sitting minus $5, minus 600. And now it is Vlad Jr. as your favorite. 6-1. Toronto, your winner last night.
And if you made any bets on the Blue Jays, whether they be before the series or before the postseason, this is what you're all about, being in a spot like this. I now holding a ticket, and granted, I don't even have a big price or a big ticket, but we had a listener message us before the series that said he bet Toronto at 55-1 back in the summer. And I don't believe he hedged to this point. Now, he's got until tomorrow night to figure this out. Halloween night, 8 o'clock first pitch on the East Coast. He's got the ability now, and I have the ability now, to take a piece of the Dodgers to win the series. Best price I can find is plus $2.
Yep.
You got to entertain that option. I'm not saying it's something that has to happen, but it at least has to be considered if you have any skin on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Yeah, I'm going into Game 6 thinking the Dodgers are winning it. And maybe that's the wrong thing to do. But with the pitching matchup, what we saw to Yamamoto in Game number 2, it would be difficult to repeat that sort of performance. I think that needs to come into play. But, hey, you know what? I've gone into most of these games thinking that the Dodgers were going to win. You have these 3 games in LA. All of them, it was the Dodgers minus 200. And what happens? The Blue Jays control that portion of the series. So here we sit. 3 games to 2. The Dodgers can definitely go on the road and win both of these games, especially if they end up taking game number 6 with Yamamoto, and then everything's up in the air. Yeah, $2. Yeah, you probably need to entertain it. I don't know what else you could. That's really all that you can do on this one. The Dodgers are a slight-ish favorite for game number 6. We can talk about entertaining the Dodgers in that fashion as well. But last night, you turn it on, felt like it was over before the Dodgers hit. You go back-to-back solo shots. I'm thinking, how long is Snell for this game? Roberts did the right thing, stuck with Snell. He did his job, but this Dodgers lineup is not doing theirs. It's really not a different conversation than where we were 24 hours ago. Are the Dodgers going to hit? Okay, they're going to make some changes probably, and they did. They made the changes that we expected. Let's sit down, Pajes, and let's throw Call out there. But the big boppers need to hit. They moved Betts down to the 3rd spot. Betts is still not hitting. Ohtani has these monster games, but as far as coming through every single day, it's not happening. I know it's not in vogue to say anything negative about Ohtani. It's not trashing him. It's just stating the facts. Yeah, I mean, they are really struggling offensively. And the Blue Jays have different guys stepping up, once again, without Springer. And that's why Schneider's in that leadoff spot, and he goes yard. Unbelievable. How about Varsho and his big triple, which I don't know that I would have ruled it a triple based on the defense that was played and the decisions in right field by Teoscar, but that's what ends up happening. They have these, I don't want to say completely no-name guys, but a lot of guys your average baseball fans don't know coming through out of nowhere. And last night was all about the starting pitcher that did that.
You're not going to win many games in baseball when you score 1 run and your offense puts together 4 hits. That's the name of the game. You got to churn butter, and they did not last night. And I brought this up before the game yesterday. We were on the air, as we always are, 9 to noon Eastern. And I said, Joe, Yamamoto went from 30-1 to 20-1 to win the MVP of the World Series and didn't throw a pitch. Did you see his price this morning? 10-1, 12-1. I mean, he hasn't even thrown a pitch. And that's the narrative that is now being bet. Well, he's going to come out in game number 6 and shove and go 8 innings and give up 2 runs. And then I'm not saying he's going to be the favorite, but he's going to save their season. That is how it's being bet. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. But when a guy goes from 30-1 to 20-1 to 10-1 without throwing a pitch, that's what's happening. So BetMGM actually has the market off the board. I'm looking right now. They don't even have the World Series market up. I had to go over to DraftKings. They've got Vlad minus 205.
I saw it earlier.
Oh, you did? I don't see it. Is that because I'm in New York? That's so dumb. If you can't bet World Series.
It's an award. Yeah, you can't bet it in New York.
but I can see it at the Green Book. I can't see it at BetMGM. That's very strange. What do they have at BetMGM? Who's the favorite? Vladdy at what?
Yeah, I'm pulling it back up, but they had Vladdy minus 200 earlier.
Okay. Yeah, so Green Book's got Vladdy minus 205, Ohtani 230, Yamamoto 12-1, Kirk 25.
Okay, so the Yamamoto idea, and this is something that we've been asked about a few times this week. I can't even say I understand it. Like, the idea is, right, he saves their season in game number 6. So for Yamamoto to win this, obviously we're talking about a Dodgers World Series. Let's say he saves the season in game number 6. They score runs in that game. How do they score runs? And then you have a game 7 that he does not pitch in, most likely. Okay. How is he winning the MVP? He'd have to have like another shutout, right? Like, that's how I look. I don't even think it can. I honestly don't think it can happen. He's the third favorite overall. And maybe I'm the dummy in the room. I'm not interested. For me to bet on a pitcher, they've got to appear 3 times, right? And they've got to have light. It's like the Madison Bumgarner situation. And it feels like people are trying to push that narrative with Yamamoto. Maybe because they don't have another Dodger to take a look at, because they don't have someone else that's really hitting outside of Ohtani. But I'm not getting behind that at all. Even if it was 30, I don't even think I would bet it, Sam. Look, if the Dodgers are going to win the series, you've got 2 wins on the road. There's going to be a hero on offense. Who's the hero that shows up where either it's the hero in game 7 or they come through in a big way in both games? There's a very good, I think there's a decent chance. I know it'd be tough to beat Ohtani, but I think there's a decent chance if you have one player that comes through in big spots in game 6 and game 7, they could be the MVP, where it's somebody way down the board.
I see Freddie 75, 80-1, 100-1.
Right.
I mean, I'd rather bet that than Yamamoto. I'm not, hand up, I'm
100%.
not betting Yamamoto. I'm just tracking how he's been bet without throwing a pitch in the last 3 days, from 30 to 20 to 10. It's very interesting to me. If you're holding Blue Jays, I think the easy hedge, if you're going to do it, is bet it right now. Dodgers to win the World Series at plus 200. That's what I would do.
It's going to be hard to beat Ohtani. He's got 2 more homers than any of his teammates right now. But if you have someone that comes through in both games, like I was just suggesting, what if Mookie Betts wakes up? He's 150. What about Will Smith at 150? Kike hits a homer last night. He's 150 or 200, somewhere in that range. I agree. I would go down the board, take some Gert start throws, and go that route rather than go with Yamamoto at 13 and just hope one of them has a crazy finish in these last couple games. I don't see how you pick one guy who would be the reason you win game number 6, and then the voters are going to ignore in the heat of the moment. Oh, Dodgers come back, win the World Series on the road. They had to win in game 6. They had to win in game 7. They're sitting there and like, in the end of game 7, that, let's vote the guy that won game 6. Like, I just don't see how that computes with those humans in that moment. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe I'm the room. But I don't think I would do that.
Speaking of compute, I'm so glad you used that word as a transitioner, because I heard this story last night from my buddy, and I said immediately, I need to talk about this with Joe and see what he thinks. So he's in a progressive college football ATS pool where you pick every top 25 game. When I say progressive, a win in week 1 is worth a point. A win in week 2 is worth 2. A win in week 3 is worth 3, and so on. Okay. However, your best bet is worth 50 every week, and your second best bet is worth 25. Hopefully you're all still with me. You got to pick every top 25 game, best pick 50, second pick 25, and then every other pick is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down the road. He's in first place of this pool. Mm-hmm. And he spilled the beans last night. He has been using ChatGPT to pick the games.
We mentioned that as a joke early in the season. Yeah.
He's in first place. And every week he asks ChatGPT for the best 5 college football bets, and it spits out a ranked list. And I wanted to read you this week's number 1 pick. Number 1, Ohio State, minus 20.5 versus Penn State. Confidence, 92%. Why? Here's the why. This is so funny. Ohio State has been steamrolling opponents all season. A lead on both ends, often winning by 25-plus points against unranked or mid-tier teams. Penn State, while solid, doesn't have the depth or defense to hang for 40 minutes. The games aren't 40 minutes. The games are 60 minutes.
Oh, my God.
ChatGPT doesn't even know how long the games are, and it still has propelled my buddy to the top of his pool.
That's ChatGPT is wrong a lot. I'll sometimes just look up stuff and I'm like, that's wrong. Especially like historic sporting events. Like, that didn't happen. I lived that. No, that's wrong too. That's wrong. They get stuff wrong all the time, dude. They don't even know how long the game is. That's hilarious. Not college basketball.
And it doesn't matter because he's still in first place.
Is it all favorites? Is it all favorites?
It's all favorites. Yep. It's favorites every week, he says. The top 5 plays are always favorites.
Damn.
He's
sticking with it. He has to stick with it.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah.
He's like, why would I change now?
It'd be dumb. Man, that's insane. I can't believe that.
I could not believe it. He sent me the screenshot. I have the screenshot right here. And I just couldn't. So I know you can't read this if you're watching, but that's the ChatGPT screenshot right there. See the 40 minutes part right there? Yeah, 40 minutes. That's how he's in first place in his pool, because his ChatGPT robot believes the games are 40 minutes and picks every favorite.
All right. What is the best bet in the NFL?
Ask for Survivor.
9.
Do Survivor.
Okay, that's coming up next. Hang on. He's searching. I use regular ChatGPT. I assume it's the same because there's so many versions now. All right, top picks
these days.
Top picks. We've got 2 favorites and a total. A total is in there. All right, the total is Packers, Panthers under. Our sides, Rams was the last one of the 3 picks mentioned. Rams minus 13.5. This is one of the largest spreads of the week. Thanks. Experts argue the Saints are trending downward. They had to go to the experts. Number 1 pick, I disagree with. Seahawks minus 3.5. Why it looks good. The road to 272 bets model highlights Seattle as its best bet of the week, noting they're unappreciated by the market. Do you know who runs the road to 272 model?
No.
Ian McMillan. That's where they pulled this from. Oh, and I saw a video from our buddy Ian. I wish he worked at different hours so we could have him back on the show during the season. Oh, his best bet. What do you think it was?
Falcons
against the Patriots. Yes. He's on board. But he's probably on board every week.
Ask ChatGPT if they can do our show for the next 59 days.
Yeah, that's what I would like to know.
3 hours.
All right, best Survivor pick week 9. Let's see if we can get this before we hit the break in 17 seconds. Oh, thanks. Top picks: Rams, Packers, Chargers. Oh, the best one is the Rams, though. All right. I'll tell you why you might not want to go Rams later on this hour. Up next, Thursday Night Football, the return of Lamar Jackson. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, we'll get some Survivor angles coming up in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes from right now. This is Bet Sweats, Sammy P. And let's take a look at what is happening as far as Thursday night football. These games have been very, very wacky as far as the results. Some surprising results. And it's another one of these weeks where we have a larger point spread. I don't think people are having the guts to go with the visiting Ravens this week as far as Survivor goes. More than a touchdown favorite. That's what it is. -7.5 total, 51.5, a higher total. I can't even say the highest because there's so many games this week where it's just wild how high the number is. So a lot of these matchups set up for some scoring this weekend. Ravens, Lamar is back. They get their win. They come off the bye. They get off the schneid, get their win against the Bears. And a lot of people talking about something that we've been talking about for a number of weeks. What about the Ravens playoffs? What about the Ravens in the division? AFC North, everybody loses but the Ravens. They win with their backup quarterback against the Bears, and now all is right with the world with the 2-5 Ravens, apparently. People are jumping on that bandwagon. The Dolphins did look good last week, but that was a one-week thing on the road at the Atlanta Falcons. Does it continue? Don't know. Sam, where are you at in this game?
I did laugh. You brought up Atlanta. There was a report yesterday. I can't remember if it was Florio or Rappaport or Schefter talking about Kirk Cousins just wants a chance to play. And somebody quote tweeted it and wrote, "Bro, you just had your audition and it did not go well." I was laughing. Of course you want to play, but you just played and you were awful against these Dolphins. So it might be over. You may just be a clipboard Jesus the rest of your career, like Charlie Whitehorse used to be. I mean, I like Baltimore for sure. I don't know that I'm in love with laying 7.5 on the road Thursday night. I think it looks easy to take the points, though, with the Dolphins off of what they just did. I'm more inclined to think the Dolphins can't do it in back-to-back games. And I also know Miami's really bad against the run. So if the Ravens get Derrick Henry going and can iron out some of the quarterback runs with Lamar, you would think Baltimore, assuming they protect the ball, is going to have a chance to score a bunch of points here. My question is, what can the defense do against this Dolphins offense? The total, to your point, has been very popular on the over side. This thing opened at like 49 in Vegas, and now we're 51 and a half at BetMGM. Understand it. I lean to Baltimore. I don't know how many bets I'm going to make in this game. Maybe a prop or two. Don't really feel like I'm going to get involved with the side. I would have laid 7, but the 7s are gone. Now it's 7.5, and I don't know. I feel like I missed the best of it, and I don't want to get invested in Baltimore more than 7.
I don't love this game, man. I got to be honest with you. What are we getting out of Lamar? It's a short week, and just a matter of days ago, they didn't want to put him on the field in a must-win spot. Was that about the confidence they had going up against the Bears? What was it? I mean, the Bears are better than Miami. Just kind of remove what you saw this past Sunday with Miami. By and large, the Bears are a better team. That was a more challenging spot, even though they were at home. And then a few days later, now Lamar's ready. So they trusted Huntley that much, and there were games played and all that. We understand. But vibes-wise, they've got to be suddenly high as they can be for a 2-5 team. The Ravens have not won on the road. Maybe this was always a spot they were preparing for. Okay, if we win against the Bears, then our season has life. Oh, look what happened. The rest of the division lost. Now let's go all in. So I wonder how ready is Lamar? Like, if he couldn't play a few days ago, really, he's that much better right now? I think that's a big question. In that Dolphins game, let's look at this team with the season, not so much with that game. That was a game where everything went right. They got ahead early, and they never looked back. You had some terrible turnovers in the Falcons, including a Bijan turnover. They were driving deep. They were into the red zone. On 3rd and 4th down, the Dolphins go 7 for 15. Tua sprinkled it everywhere. 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. Every one of those 4 touchdowns went to a different receiver. And you point out the over, the action that's coming in. I think no matter what the number was, it was probably going to come in on that side because you have a Ravens team that's 6-1 to the over, partly because their defense can't stop anybody, and the Dolphins 6-1-1 to the over. So, yeah, I don't know that the scoring is going to be that high. We cannot trust this Dolphins defense. You mentioned the run; they're bad against the pass too. They give up the highest completion percentage to opposing quarterbacks in the NFL. Ridiculously high. I'm sure they're going to try and get Lamar as many layups as he works his way back from injury as possible, and the Dolphins will give those up. What about this Ravens defense? That's what I view as a conundrum here. Like, what do we expect? They've been injured. They have some awful numbers. EPA per play, their third worst. Success rate, their third worst. Their bottom 5 EPA per pass. Their bottom 4 EPA per rush. They don't get to the opposing quarterback. Like, they do nothing well. Just because they got Caleb to throw an interception late in that game, just because they held Caleb to no passing touchdowns does not mean they're a very good defense. And they're suddenly back to last year. So if we're going to take the Dolphins and say, let's look at the big picture, we do have to do the same thing with the Ravens. And defensively, it's been embarrassing for them.
It has. That said, I still think the Ravens are going to win. And I'm still clickety-clacking on Ravens division and Chiefs division. Plus 220. Who loses that one? You like the Chiefs. You asked yesterday, why are we not betting Chiefs to win the West? Or maybe you asked it on Tuesday. So Chiefs to win the West, Ravens to win the North, plus 220. If you want to add a team like, I don't know, the Rams, that becomes 521. Let's unclick the Rams and add the Lions at plus 120. That explodes to 6-1. A Lions, Ravens, Chiefs divisional parlay. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not thinking lay 7.5 on the game. I'm thinking just jam Ravens into parlays.
I think that's a good idea. Yeah, I don't know if there's a third one that really stands out to me that I would jump in on. If I did NFC North, I agree with that idea. I would go Lions. What about the Bills?
I have enough Bills. I don't think I need.
I know,
more
but
Bills,
I'm just
AFC
curious what the
East.
number is. Where's the number?
Sure.
It's as short as it's been all year.
Uncheck Lions, Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills, all to win their divisions, plus 445.
Oof. How much do you
with Dodgers World Series?
Oh my God! Well, that's
add a little Dodgers World Series
with the 2 weeks that we've had. That's dead too. I mean, the Blue Jays are a lock.
15-1. Dodgers, Bills, Ravens, Chiefs. 15-1.
Imagine putting together these 4-leg parlays, 3 4-leg parlays, starting with the Dodgers, and that's your loser. That's how it ends.
Oh,
God,
tough.
It might. But you'd be in a good spot. You'd be happy. You just have that straight, right, Jace? Nothing else to it.
Yeah, 7-1 straight. Yeah, that's
You're
it.
not like Jake with golf and all that
No, I
stuff.
didn't Scheffler it. No. Or IO 6-man.
Oh, okay.
Coward.
IO 6-man.
Coward. How'd IO do last night, Jake?
Jake, did you bet it? IO?
Yeah, I mean, listen, why not? I've done stupider
things. We are
things.
listening. I assure you we're listening.
Bulls went and covered again. Sup, Gertz?
They did?
Yes. Of course they did. The Bulls are 4-0. Gertz, every under possible on the Bulls, and the Bulls are off to a 4-0 start. I can't wait till we get what he's got cooked up in the lab and 10 toes down. I don't know what I'm doing.
Chicago Fire. I need a Chicago Fire thought.
I could go a number of ways, 10 toes down. I hope the bosses aren't listening. They probably are.
They are.
At least for that.
They definitely are.
Especially for that segment today. We'll see if I can land on something there. We'll get that figured out. All right. I don't like this game. I'm with you. I think they win. First leg of a teaser. I don't think that's an awful idea. There are a few teaser options, not as many as last week. I agree, though. Ravens are probably going to win. I don't know what you do. Are they going to lean more? It sounded like you were thinking they were going to lean more on Henry Lamar's first game back. That would make a lot of sense. If Lamar doesn't run much, you don't want to re-aggravate that hamstring in the first game back, especially when you have extra rest after this game. So Henry rushes a lot of them, high volume. He was 20 plus last week, would make a lot of sense. But outside of a Ravens win, Henry rush attempts. Henry, what is longest rush? Where are we there?
I'm going to guess it's probably 18 and a half or something like that. No, that's my guess.
You'll probably get it. It's 19 and a half. Man.
Pretty decent guess.
No,
I'm fascinated by how the room is going to handicap the Ravens offense, specifically how the room is going to bet Lamar. If they start firing Lamar unders, I'm going to have to get in my lab and start cooking. I mean, imagine if the number one bet is Lamar under on rushing yards or Lamar under on passing yards. How much will that flip your narrative?
Derrick Henry, longest rush. I'm going to start with the most recent game. His longest rush against the Bears was 10 yards. Rams 12. Texans 7. Chiefs 14. There's also an 8 against Cleveland. So if we go some of these prop people that are out there today, will they dare say under? Because they were cashing on the Henry over longest rush. But the under is hit in 5 of the last 6 games, 4 straight. It's a tough matchup.
I think I just got kicked out. My leg is so hard right now. It is so bad. I'll be right back.
I hear rain. Don't worry about it. It's all good. All right, so that's our cap on Thursday Night Football. We'll get back to it later on. We'll find out where the room is at. Very curious, but a few options. We obviously agree that the Ravens are going to win. If you want to throw them in teasers, money line parlay, whatever. As far as that goes, that makes sense. Maybe some Henry number of rushes. Don't know about longest rush, even though I could see him getting there. But the thing is, you're not getting any value on that number of 19 and a half. Sammy P, this is Bet Sweat's BetMGM Network. A lot of NFL news yesterday. And you could tie this into the Lamar situation because normally on Wednesdays, we don't go too far with the injury report stuff. But what we are seeing on Wednesday, on Thursday, I'm sure we'll get more of this today, is that these quarterbacks that were hurt last week, almost all of them are coming back. Almost all coming back. Jaden Daniels for Washington, expected to get a full week of practice in. Atlanta saying positive things about Penix returning, of course, because they don't want to go back to Cousins. You've got McCarthy. It sounds like he's going to get a full week of practice in. He's got to because Wentz is not going to be out there. Carolina saying Bryce Young, expected to get a full week of practice in. Now, there are a couple situations with Cincinnati with Flacco. He did not practice on Wednesday, and Purdy was limited on Wednesday. But, Sam, a lot of these quarterbacks that were out last week that had a backup struggle, teams like, all right, we need you this week. You got to be good to go right now. It sounds like many of them are going to be returning.
Just like J.J. McCarthy, ready to go. Yep. Paternity leave, finito. I think I'm going to end up on the Vikings. At least in the pick 5s that we do, I'm going to have Minnesota in those. I don't know that I'm going to make it a lightning bet or a best bet or whatever. But in those contests where we have to get the 5 ATS picks, I will definitely have Minnesota. I chose the purple shirt today because I'm feeling Minnesota. That's where we're at.
Purple underwear?
No. That's a good story, though. We should tell that story one day. It's a great story.
Anytime you bet Northwestern. Okay, are you waiting? You seeing where this goes? The sharper books are at 9.5 on this number.
There's no real reason to rush. I don't think there's going to be a big appetite to take the dog. There's a chance you get 10 on this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right about that one. Okay. As far as other injury news, I mentioned Purdy was limited. Puka was limited, so maybe he makes his return. That's a good sign for the Rams that you had Puka limited. I don't know why you would force him back this week. That doesn't make a lot of sense given the opponent. You're a 2-touchdown favorite. Don't quite understand that one. As far as some of the other stuff, Ridley not practicing for Tennessee. They got a number of guys that are out. I might just lay it against the Titans. I mean, they're a dead-ass team anyways, and their best players are all out. It looks like Simmons, he might be out until he gets traded. So they're missing guys in the secondary. It's just such a disaster there. I might lay the 2 touchdowns, man.
Well, ChatGPT likes the Chargers, remember.
What was their number 1 pick?
I didn't ask NFL. I just got the college.
Oh, okay. I did. I already forgot. Oh, yeah. Because of the road to 272.
Rams.
Because of Ian McMillan, they like the Seahawks, too. The Seahawks -3.5
right. Seahawks
at Washington. Yes. Survivor plays next. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
They already burned the Survivor Open? You took it all down? Damn.
Gone.
That sucks.
Gone.
No, not going to play it. Yes. Jake says he's dumb. All right. I understand.
It's fine.
Do it or no? Guess not.
Play it.
Play it.
It's another week of trying to stay alive in our Survivor pools.
Survivor, man, that's like the beer bong of the contest.
Give me that thing. I'll do one. We gonna do one. We got knocked out of Survivor in week 1.
I think it's in my rules of Survivor. I think no Jaguars.
Every week, you can be done.
Survive and advance with us right now on Bet Sweats, presented by BetMGM.
Yep, Survivor. We're still here, I think, some of us. Well, guess what? The beauty of Survivor, you can still sign up for contests this week, like in my pools over at splashsports.com. Check it out. I got 2 of them up there. Let's go. Let's jump on in. It's going to be more challenging, I think. Well, maybe not more challenging because you haven't used any teams up yet. But go check that out. You can find the link on my Twitter account at Joe Ostrowski. All right. If you're jumping in one of those Survivor pools this week, it feels a little easy. If you're still alive, it feels easy because the chances are that one of the 3 teams at the top you have not used. And if you did use all of them, guess what? You still have a point spread that's knocking on 9.5. We were just saying last segment, Detroit might get to double digits if you want to go down that road. So this week feels like it's going to be easy. I highly doubt that all 4 of those teams lose outright at the top, but next week is going to be very challenging. All right, let's go to the numbers according to BetMGM. Rams, a 14-point favorite against Tyler Shuck in New Orleans in his, I don't want to say season debut, but as far as a starter it is. Packers, minus 13.5 against Carolina. Sounds like Bryce Young is going to be back. Chargers, minus 9.5 at Tennessee. Dumpster fire. Lions, let's call it minus 8.5 against their division opponent, Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy make his return. And then the 5th highest point spread is Baltimore tonight, minus 7.5 at Miami. We threw out the idea, Sam, early in the week about maybe this is a spot. I feel like we'll keep doing that with New England. Maybe this is a spot where they end up losing. They are taking on the Atlanta Falcons. The thing is, with the way this week sets up, even if you get that sort of surprise and the Falcons bounce back, end up winning, Patriots finally lose, nobody's going to be on them. Like maybe 1% of all pools are going to be on New England due to all of the options that they have. Would you be looking at top of the board? Would you be looking at those point spreads that are higher than the Detroit number in Rams, Packers, Chargers, if alive?
Sure. I think the first look for me would be to go against Tennessee. It's just a sorry-ass team and an even sorrier organization. Launched the coach already, so you've got the interim vibes, you've got the effort vibes that are very low, and you just don't have a good offense with a quarterback who's clearly behind the 8 ball, a defense that's missing players on the line. If you don't overthink it, it's probably Chargers. That said, the caveat is I suck at Survivor. Yes. So take all this with a grain of salt. I can just picture Paul right now writing no Chargers on a piece of paper because I'm sitting here pontificating about how the Chargers are the play if you don't overthink it. I went back and I looked the other day. I never have made it to October in Survivor. I barely get through September. Yeah, man. Like, let alone get through October. So you ask if you're alive, have never once been alive through October.
If you're looking at the top 3, and most people will, and you certainly understand why, if you're trying to figure out, okay, which team do I go with? Which team's going to be the chalk team? Which one? If you want to avoid the chalkiest of those 3 chalk teams, according to the projections, you should avoid the Rams. I'm not saying they're going to lose, not by any means. They should win, and I think they'll win comfortably. But according to all the projections out there, they're saying it's going to be a heavy week for the Rams. That of the 3, that's going to be the really popular one. Survivor Atlas expects the Rams in the Circa, which is a little different than most pools, but in Circa, they're expecting Rams 36%. Pool Genius, I think, does a great job with this stuff. And they don't just focus on Circa, they focus on all Survivor pools. Sam, Pool Genius says Rams are going to be at 47%. That's wild. That makes me want to run from the Rams. Like, yeah, they'll probably win, but I can pray that they end up losing. Most people are on them, like half of these pools, and then my path is different than other people. I can use the Rams in week 13 at Carolina when all these other people can't.
In your 2 new pools, are these both single pick weeks, or do you have any of them picking 2?
They're single for this week.
Okay. And then you ramp up the double picks next week?
Not in the rich people one. But yes,
Okay.
in the smaller one, the $50 one. For sure. They ramp up the double picks later on.
So that's going to get so hectic so fast when you start getting into the double picks. Yeah.
Even though
I think
everybody's
so.
available?
Yes.
Good.
I think that's going to be chaotic, which is good. I mean, that's what you want. You don't want everybody to win like
Yeah.
Kelly's college football Survivor last year where 9,500 people won.
I know.
You
I
want
know.
you
You
want
got your money
people to
back,
be knocked
basically.
out.
You got your money back.
I want to say the entry was 100 and I got back $130. So I won $30.
Dude, all that wasted time every week.
A waste.
For $30. Outrageous. Remember in her playoff pool where everybody got their money back? Everybody just got refunded because everybody got knocked out. You had to pick 3 teams, and there were 4 games in that first week, and all the favorites won. And so it's just like
the first contest was too hard or too easy, and then she made the second contest way too hard.
Yeah, and then the second round you had to pick 3 teams, I think, and then you've already used 3 of the 4 teams that are facing off or whatever. It was just crazy.
It was a disaster for sure. Disaster.
Have you done the touchdown Survivor yet? She's waiting.
No, have not. Nope. I did, by the way, though. Hold on. Speaking of Kelly, I did a pre-interview with Gracie the Witch yesterday.
A pre-interview? What does that mean?
She wanted my date of birth and time of birth, and she was going to enter it into her astrological chart. So whenever we would like Gracie to come on the show and predict the future, we're ready to go. It's in the chamber.
Okay, so if I want to be part of this, I need to submit my. I don't know my time. I'd have to. I know it's 10
You
something
don't know
a.m.
what time you were born? Okay, that's close enough.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. I want to double check that. Paul, are you interested in being part of this, or are you concerned like I am a little bit?
Paul,
I mean,
terrified.
Yes to
Look at
all
his face.
questions.
Look at his
Yes to all of the above. I'm in, but I don't really want to find out that 2026 is going to be a terrible year. But
Well, 2025 was. So are we going to go back to back?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm in. I've never done. I've passed. Not that I'm really into this or anything because I've never done it, but I've passed palm reader shops, and I'm like, that'd be kind of interesting. Don't know that I want to know though, and that's kind of where I'm at with this.
I don't remember how old I was. It was a long time ago. I went to a palm reader once, and she just kept saying, "You're blocking me. You won't let me in." I said, "I know." I don't want you in.
It's on your palm. You're not blocking anything. You're not supposed to. Yeah. She was a quack.
Joe had a glove on like Michael Jackson. Joe's just got this glove on.
OJ.
Oh, wow.
Choose your glove.
That too.
Yeah.
That too.
Oh man.
So,
Paul
anyways,
asked, "Are we
we
dying?"
are ready.
I would
ready.
like that right now.
Yeah.
Don't do the show. So it's going to happen sometime soon. Paul, do you know your time of birth?
Absolutely not.
See, he has no idea.
Yeah.
That's wild. I know what time I was born, 12:31 a.m., which makes a lot of sense if you really think about it.
That makes a ton
feel-
of sense.
I feel like I was early morning. I'll confirm this weekend.
Yeah.
Everybody bust out your birth certificate in 3, 2, 1.
We need Jake's. 100%.
Oh, Jake was probably born at like 3 in the morning, upside down.
You think?
Yeah.
I think it was like 4 something a.m.
Yeah, for sure. With a Miller High Life in hand.
I don't even know my kids' birth times, I'll be honest with you. Right now, I don't know the time. It's all a blur when you're in the hospital. Like you don't sleep for days. I'd have to look that up.
Hospitals are basically casinos, right? It's always the same time of day.
Oh,
and there's a lot of
the bright
oxygen.
lights. Like, can we just shut the light off for like a minute?
Yeah.
Let's stop.
I feel like you're one of two people. You either know what time you were born or you've memorized your credit card number. I do not know my credit card number top of my head. I bet you guys
I could
do.
tell you my credit card number. Oh,
The
yeah.
whole thing?
I knew it.
All
The
six
whole
knew it.
thing. The whole thing's
I
right
can't.
up here. Yeah.
No way.
Oh,
I've entered
I
it.
don't remember that.
I've entered it 300 times, and I have no idea what it is. But I know what time I was born.
Jake, do you know either? So do you know the credit card?
Hell no. I only know
I don't know.
general time of birth because a woman asked me like a year ago.
I thought he was going to say, I don't have a credit card.
I just tap everything.
All my money's in a paper bag under my bed.
Yes. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats. We continue. Evan Silva on the NFL next. BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk some college football 20 minutes from right now. Brett McMurphy will drop by. We'll get his thoughts on the weekend's card. And, you know, he's a guy that covers all the news. Boy, we've had a lot of news this college football season. But right now, let's talk some NFL. The new week starts tonight with Lamar Jackson making his return to the field. Evan Silva joins us at Evan Silva on X and all social media. EstablishTheRun.com. All right, Evan, we can start with Thursday night football. A lot of these results have been pretty wonky this year. Like you get these massive upsets when you least expect it. And we've got a larger point spread in this game. The Ravens, a 7.5-point road favorite, high total, a lot of high totals this week. At the Dolphins, that was not the performance we were expecting out of Miami this week. So they're looking to repeat that. What are you expecting out of Lamar and his return tonight with the Ravens team that is going to have to go on one hell of a run if they want to win the division?
Well, because the Ravens were able to pull out that victory with Tyler Huntley over Chicago last week, that gave Lamar Jackson like 4.5 extra days of recovery time. He's been a full participant in practice all week. You know, this is like his hometown at Miami. That's where he's from. I'm sure he'll have a ton of fans in the stands. He's had this game circled. This is the healthiest that the Ravens offensive line has been this year. The Dolphins, I know that they played well last week in one of those wonky results that you're talking about, but I still think that they're largely a dead team, and the Ravens have so much to play for. And I think Lamar Jackson just comes out balling. I think that this is a big game for Zay Flowers. Derrick Henry, you know, he moved into 5th all-time in the all-time rushing touchdowns, passing Walter Payton last week. He's obviously going to be a great bet to score. I think that if you're looking for a sleeper in this game, Keaton Mitchell looked shot out of a cannon last week on his 4 carries for 43 against the Bears. And I think that on a short week, they may want to give him a few more opportunities. Maybe he gets 6 or 7 carries here. He's a really explosive player in his career. He's right around 7 yards per carry. And when he's healthy, he can make big plays. And we know that this Dolphins run defense is not good.
If you were going to pick one Lamar bet, take your pick of the litter, which one would it be? Would you go over or under?
I would be looking at his passing yards, I think. I think that there is maybe some reason to believe that he may not, be fully unleashed as a runner, and he may sit in the pocket a little bit more often than he normally would, coming off of this hamstring injury. So I'd be looking at passing yardage and maybe passing touchdown stuff.
Keaton Mitchell numbers are interesting. 13.5 rushing yards at most spots, plus 750 for an anytime touchdown. So, yeah, that all makes a lot of sense.
He gets 13.5 rushing yards on his first carry tonight, boys.
Did you see the smile on Evan's face when you said 13.5? It was just like ear to ear, 13.5 over.
That's easy. Yeah.
Yep. Alts. How high would you go in the alts?
I'd have to look at the numbers, I guess. And I honestly haven't done that, but
yeah.
I think he'd get to 50. I'd like to see what 49.5 or something like that.
Yeah. Okay. Good stuff. Thursday night football. Do you have a take on the side or the total? Anything there? No's an acceptable answer. If you don't have anything, Ravens minus 7.5.
I would say no. The Thursday games, I try to stay away from stuff like that on the Thursday games. Just wild things happen.
I'm looking at this Bills-Chiefs game, and I went, not that I went into the lab, but I looked at the amount of times that these quarterbacks take off against each other, Allen and Mahomes on the ground. So Allen has at least 10 rushing attempts in the last 4 regular season games, and Mahomes has averaged 42.5 rushing yards against Buffalo in his last 4. Now, again, 4 is not a big sample size, 4 games, but these guys definitely take off when they play each other on the ground.
To add to that, the Bills this year have allowed the second most rushing yards to quarterbacks. And on the other side, the Chiefs have allowed the third most rushing yards to quarterbacks. So if you're looking at rushing, and Patrick Mahomes this year has been running more than ever in the regular season. I mean, he is on pace to shatter his previous career highs in every rushing category. And we know what Josh Allen can do. And we know that Keon Coleman can't separate outside, and therefore, that may lead into more rushing opportunities for Josh Allen when he sees that Keon Coleman isn't open. So, yeah, a lot of supporting evidence there if you're looking at rushing stuff for both Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. And also these three, these teams play a lot. They play a lot in the playoffs. They've played in a lot of the regular seasons in recent years. In their last 3 games played, including playoffs, they've played to results totals of, my math is right here, 61 points, 51 points, and 51 points. So I'm expecting a track meet.
Even going over this number, it's a high total. A lot of those high totals this week. So many in the 50s. Let's see. We've got Chicago, Cincinnati. That's in the 50s tonight. Baltimore, Miami, of course. That one, Monday Night Football, Arizona, Dallas. Would you still go over that KC Buffalo number?
I don't feel super, super strongly about it because, as you mentioned, it is one of the highest total games of the week. But if I was going to bet it, I mean, I'd bet the over. But I also like fun, guys. I like to have fun. So,
yes,
it's a lot more fun to bet overs in Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes games.
So is this a really exciting week for you? I think there are a lot of people that look at it and say, okay, you got one great game. The rest of it isn't all that great. We've got these high point spreads. 3 of them probably are going to be in double digits. But like for your world, fantasy, props, I know you hit all that stuff. We've got all these totals in the 50s. So are you think it's going to be an exciting week, or, maybe it could set up for some disappointment here too?
Yeah, I think that it can be a very exciting week. I think that the Chargers could put up a really big number on Tennessee. I don't know that, Tennessee is going to answer back or anything like that, but the Chargers, Colts, Steelers looks really, really nice. Bears, Bengals has a lot of potential. This game that we just talked about, Chiefs, Bills, is awesome. I think the Rams can put up a really big number on the Saints as well. So, yeah, I mean, this should be a good fantasy week, no question.
I have a very open-ended question to ask you about NFL offenses, and I'd like you to take it wherever you want. Which offense is the most dangerous right now in the NFL?
Oh, man, it's definitely, I think it's the Chiefs.
Really?
I think it's the Chiefs. We've only seen Rashee Rice in there for 2 games, and he's been balling. He looks great. I mean, no chemistry loss whatsoever during that, was it 7 or 6 or 7 game suspension, the 7 weeks that he missed. I mean, he's been, balls to the wide. Brashard Smith, I think, is an exciting player that may get more opportunities now without Isaiah Pacheco. You've got the offensive line is, the Chiefs have struggled on the offensive line for years. And now and even without Josh Simmons in there, their first-round pick, Jalen Moore has done a really good job on Patrick Mahomes' blindside. Patrick Mahomes is just playing at a much higher level than he did in the previous 2 years. So, I mean, it kind of pains me to say it because it's just year after year after year. But the Chiefs right now, I think they're the best team in the NFL. If I was doing power rankings, I'd have the Chiefs number 1. I couldn't believe that I saw one set of power rankings that had the Chiefs number 8 the other day, and I was like, just
come on,
that is ridiculous. And I'm not talking about like win-loss records. I'm talking about who is the best team in the NFL right now. Chiefs.
Yeah, they've been number 1 for a matter of weeks now. It completely changed, and it was obvious. Is there anything that we missed as far as the Patriots and Colts? The Patriots were getting a lot of love in the offseason, but even those that were betting the over 8.5 wins for New England never saw this out of Drake May. And there were some people that were positive about the Colts. I don't think anybody saw this out of Daniel Jones. You could see it with Taylor, but not this out of Jones. Is there anything looking back that you think we missed?
Well, I got plenty wrong this season. I've gotten plenty wrong, but I was on the Patriots and I was on Drake May. I mean, I did a 80-1 MVP ticket on Drake May. I don't know that I could say that I saw him, making a case for him to be the best quarterback in the NFL, although I did bet him to win MVP. But I was on the Patriots, but I got a ton wrong. The Colts is wild because, and I don't know that I think that Shane Steichen, it kind of got lost in translation the last couple of years how good of a coach he is. They are running one of the highest rates of play action in the NFL. They do pre-snap motion. They throw the ball on first down. As of entering last week, Daniel Jones was leading the NFL in passing yards on first down, and that's always been a cheat code. That's like an old Warren Sharp thing. The Colts have just been extremely well coached. I assume I haven't looked at the Coach of the Year odds recently, but I got to believe that Shane Steichen is the running away favorite right now. Chris Ballard invested so many picks and money into their defensive front four over the past 3-4 years, and that's all kind of starting to pay dividends. I think that they're a top 5 team. I know that they're 2 A.D. Mitchell mistakes away from being undefeated.
I had a guy close to the Colts too say this. He goes, and you know what else? This might not be fair to say, but the owner's not trying to mess it up anymore. Irsay's not there trying to turn everything on its head, and like Jerry does it in Dallas. Like Jerry gets over involved and things go sideways. Irsay used to always kind of do something to throw off the rhythm, and that hasn't happened yet this year. To your point on May, I live in Boston now, and Monday morning I turned on the local sports radio station just to hear the hot takes because I love a good hot take. And one of the
same thing in Chicago every day. So
one of the hosts goes, he throws a better ball than Brady ever did, and I'm like, oh my God, here we go. and then he backed it up with stats, and I wrote these stats down. He was looking at Drake May deep balls on passes of 20 plus yards. Drake May is 13 of 17. 5 touchdowns, no picks. That's over 70% accuracy. Granted, it's only 17 tosses, but 13 of 17, Evan, that's incredible on the deep ball.
Yeah, I saw the same stat. I mean, he is playing outrageous football right now. Was it Jeff Ulbrich openly compared him to Josh Allen? Yeah, he's playing at an MVP level. I think he's number 3 in odds right now for MVP. I think that Patrick Mahomes is probably the favorite, I would think.
Yes,
but
he is.
Drake May is right up there. I don't know if Drake May is going to necessarily finish with the counting stats. I don't know. We'll see. In fantasy, Patrick Mahomes is number 1, and then there's like a little bit of a gap, and then Drake May is number 2.
A few more minutes with Evan Silva, EstablishTheRun.com. What about best bets? Let's get into what you're thinking for this weekend, props-wise, too. Any sides or totals that stand out as your favorites for the weekend?
This is, I'll tell you what, sides or totals, I don't know if I have any strong leans, honestly, and I hate to come on a show like this. But one thing I do like this week, though, is Bashal Tutin to get a potential post-bye rookie bump facing the Raiders. So this is a game where the Jaguars should at very least be competitive, if not have a lead, be able to do things like impose their will to an extent. And Travis Etienne, he's kind of like a boomer bust runner, and he has not been hitting his boom runs lately in the 3 previous games entering the bye. I think they come out of the bye, the Jaguars do, wanting to feed Bashal Tutin. This is similar to what Liam Cohen did in Tampa Bay last year with Bucky Irving after the Bucks bye. And Bashal Tutin is super, super explosive. I think that he could potentially emerge as the Jaguars lead back in the second half of the year, beginning in week 9 against the Raiders.
I know you're close to the Bears. I've seen that secondary the last couple of weeks, and we know they're banged up. Assuming health for Cincy, I don't know how they stop Jamar Chase, man. I just don't see it. And they don't even have a number up because of Flacco's shoulder and all that.
Right.
But whether it's Flacco or Browning, I don't really personally care. They're not stopping Chase. I don't think.
DeAndre Swift is also in a really nice spot this week. I mean, we saw what Breece Hall did against the Bengals last week. Breece Hall and Isaiah Davis. I actually think that Kyle Monunga is a little bit of a a sneaky bet for some overs, because you want to talk about post by rookie bump. The Bears gave that to Kyle Monangai. They want him to be a factor in their backfield, and he's had a bigger role the last 2 weeks since that bye. And this is like the ultimate matchup. And I think that like the Bears can run block. I think that they have issues, especially with Theo Bennett at left tackle. Their pass protection is not great, but man, Darnell Wright can get out on the move and just block out the sun. And Tooney and Jonah Jackson and Drew Dahlman and Bennett, I think, is a good run blocking tackle. So I'm optimistic about DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monangai.
All right. Some good angles there. Evan Silva, EstablishTheRun.com. Thank you so much, Evan. Best of luck this weekend. We'll talk some college with Brett McMurphy next on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Evan Silva for dropping by. Let's switch gears. Let's talk some college football with Brett McMurphy, friend of the show. He is America's college football insider over at On3 Sports. Make sure you're following him on X at Brett_McMurphy. Brett, thank you so much for taking time and joining us. I know it's been a slow season as far as the news has gone in college football on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Sorry we got nothing to talk about. I'll talk to you guys next week, I guess.
Okay.
I laughed out loud when I saw your tweet yesterday about the injury reports because I've been trying to figure out who's playing quarterback at Utah for 3 seasons now, and we never know, and they don't tell the truth, and they parade quarterbacks out in pads and helmets, and they're thrown in warm-ups, and then the starters don't play. And I can't imagine covering that team on a day-to-day basis. But, Brett, it's not the only team that's been pulling this stuff.
It's not, Sam, and that's the thing. I wrote this story, and I got a lot of feedback from people that I haven't heard from in a while, saying I loved your story. And this was not simply a Utah-specific story. It's just that all of these conferences decided this year. The Big Ten started it a couple of years ago, but all 9 conferences now said, hey, we are going to do availability reports. And if you don't do them, there's going to be, the SEC takes it the most seriously. They have $25,000 fines up to $100,000 fines. They're similar to that kind of how the NFL does it, where the other power conferences really don't do anything. The ACC and the Big 12 don't even announce what the fines are. They just say they will be discussed. Lincoln Riley, actually, USC, they played a kid against Michigan that was listed as out. They put him in the fourth quarter, and he played, and the Big Ten fined him. You know what the fine was? $5,000. So give me a break.
It's nothing.
There's no accountability. There's no there's no teeth to this. And look, Stormy was at the sideline reporter for the Utah Colorado game. And, they didn't tell her until I think 30 seconds before kickoff who the starting quarterback was going to be. And, I had sources text me, it's like Kyle Whittingham thinks he's this 1970s high school football coach that won't trade film with the team he's going to play in the playoffs in the next round. And then you add on to that all the fact that what all's going on in the NBA with the FBI indictments, sports gambling is legalized now. And the conferences are the ones that said they want their schools to abide by this, yet they don't. And it's a bunch of word salad and, well, he was available. And look, I respect Kyle Whittingham. I think he's one of the best coaches in the country. I really do. But he has manipulated this thing, and it's disingenuous. I mean, I forgot last year that there was a game where the broadcast crew thought our good buddy Cam Rising was going to start, and nobody knew. And then it turns out Rising isn't even available. And so again, I think coaches just need to be honest about it. But until there are penalties like the NFL, and look, we'll see what happens with Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, where they kind of Mickey Mouse their report, a week or so ago. But until there are real penalties, multiple sources told me nobody's going to take this serious. Nothing's ever going to change.
Yeah, probably right. And this goes across all sports, and you just pointed out a few examples. And with the NBA, it's the same thing with the injury report. We find out as games are about to start, they don't even have a 90-minute rule like they at least have with the NFL. Maybe the NFL is probably the best at following it. But, yeah, you just have this recent incident with the Ravens last week. Are they going to take it seriously? Like, guys like us are hopeful and trying to hold their feet to the fire, but I don't think it's going to change. They've been in bed with the books for years now, and they don't really have anybody to answer to. So I don't think it's going to change either. Makes it tougher on all of us involved. They don't care. They'll just keep taking the money from the sports books. All right, Brett, LSU, Florida, Penn State, Arkansas, Vatech, Okie State, UCLA, Stanford. It's not Halloween. Why? Why is all of this happening this year? Why is it so much earlier?
Joe, I think because there's so much more pressure on these athletic directors now, and to some extent the presidents, because now the money that's involved, not that money was never involved before, but now it's front and center. You've got to pay the players, you've got the revenue share, you've got NIL deals, you've got all this stuff going on. And so basically, if things aren't working, some schools feel they have to make a quick fix. I don't necessarily agree with it because I don't know what advantage you get over getting rid of somebody. Like Penn State, they got rid of James Franklin. Now, we could argue whether they should or shouldn't have, but they did. I don't know why doing it when they did it. It doesn't give them any advantage. In fact, I would expect Matt Rule in Nebraska to announce sometime in the next 1 to 24 hours that he's got a new deal at Nebraska. So, Penn State, obviously that was one of their targets. You're not going to sign Matt Rule in October, if that's your guy. So yeah, Joe, I don't know why, but yeah, you're going through the laundry list of schools. It may be quicker to name the schools that aren't looking for a head coach at this point. But Sammy will love this. There were 12 openings for next year, and that includes 2 interim coaches that named interim coaches before the season. One, our beloved Golden Flashes of Kent State. Well, they have announced that Mark Carney, they took the interim tag off, and he is the full-time head coach after Kent State won its second MAC conference game in 3 weeks. Who would have thunk it?
Over the win total, 1.5, Joe. They got there. They got over 1.5 wins at Kent State this year. There you go. Funny. Brett, I was curious about your I know you love talking Notre Dame. I feel like with Notre Dame, you're in one of 2 buckets. You either think they're going to get in and be a problem in the playoff, or they're going to slip on the banana peel and lose that 3rd game. Which bucket are you in?
Well, I'm in another bucket that if they win out, they're definitely in the playoffs. Early on when they opened 0-2, everyone's like, they're out. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think the SEC teams above them are going to beat up on each other, and they'll shuffle down, if you will. And they've really looked very, very good, in fact, against their competition. Sammy, I think they're going to make it. The biggest challenge is going to be at Pitt. Navy's not going to be a problem. They just have better athletes. Stanford has shown a pulse here. The second half of the season, upsetting Florida State. I just think they're really playing well right now. But again, they've lost to Northern Illinois in the past. They've had some head scratching losses. I actually think they're going to get there. Pitt game's not going to be easy. It is at Pitt. They got their freshman quarterback. They're 4-0 with him. He's been incredible. Pitt's only got 2 losses. If they went out, who knows? Maybe they get in the playoff. But I do think if Notre Dame gets in this thing, I think they're a real contender to, get back to the title game like they did last year.
With Brett McMurphy on 3 Sports, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich, you've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Well, Big Noon Kickoff thought they had a much bigger game than the one they have. They're trying to promote it this week, Brett. But we have a point spread of 20.5 with Ohio State and Penn State. Is there anything that you find intriguing about this matchup at this point?
Not really. I mean, it's basically the opportunity to finally see, see Ohio State, play somebody that's, somewhat competitive. And I use the term somewhat, in quotations. I think, I was talking with Sammy about Notre Dame's title chances. I mean, Ohio State right now is the betting favorite to win the national championship. But guys, I don't think we really know that much about them. I mean, they've been dominating. That win against Texas in the opener certainly does not carry as much equity that we thought it would when we see, that Texas is a very average team at best. Their win at Washington, I'd say that was probably the most significant win to this point, even though Illinois was ranked. I think Washington's a better overall team. So I think we'll find out more about about Ohio State. And again, last year they purposely, I don't want to say they purposely downplayed, but they knew what they were doing during the regular season. They knew that there was going to be 3 or 4 playoff games, and they Chip Kelly even said it. They didn't play as fast. They wanted to limit the number of plays for their starters. They didn't, they looked at this as a marathon, not a sprint. So basically, I think this is part of it, in that what the team we see against Penn State is not going to be the team or the performance we see at Michigan or in the Big Ten title game against Indiana or when we get in the playoffs. So, but yeah, even with all that being said, I don't see how this is close. I certainly don't want to lay, 3 touchdowns, but yeah, I mean, Penn State is a corpse at this point, and it's just another unranked win for Penn State in a schedule full of unranked wins this season. But hey, they will be the number 1 seed in the playoff if they win the Big Ten title.
Do you really think that Julian Sayin is a legit Heisman contender? Because he's priced like one, but to your point, they don't really do a ton on offense, and they haven't really played anybody that good. He's the second favorite at a couple books right now.
Yeah, Sammy, and I mean, this as well as anyone. The stats don't matter anymore for picking the Heisman winner. It's you guys please keep this to yourself. It's the narrative, and I don't think anyone's going to say, well, Julian Sayin, has three fewer touchdown passes than Fernando Mendoza or Ty Simpson. It's basically going to be, and what sucks, to be very honest, is the Heisman. I don't even think it's the best player in 2025. I think it's the best player that has the best final 2 weeks of the season, that has a compelling story, that's on a team that can get that has a shot to get into the playoff. Because all of the people that are in the top 4 or 5 in the Heisman right now, they could vault to the top depending on how they do in the final week of the regular season or in the conference championship game. And I don't think this. I agree with you, Sammy. The stats aren't there, but it's not going to matter. It's okay. You're the quarterback of the number 1 ranked team in the country. Jeremiah Smith, is the best wide receiver in the country. He was the Heisman, candidate for Ohio State going into the year, but we know, it's rare we give it to a wide receiver. So I think the Heisman's wide open right now. I've always said, don't play Heisman, preseason favorites. And Sammy, you had a good call on Carson Beck. But they unfortunately they lost, and he had a bad game, but he was in position. He should have been priced like he was, but you got ahead of the market. Miami just didn't follow through with it. But Sayin could win it. I mean, Fernando Mendoza, what could hurt Indiana is he could he could be the Heisman favorite, and then if he lays an egg against Ohio State, I don't care what his stats are, he's not going to win it. And it's kind of like, Oregon's quarterback a couple years ago, Gabriel had a shot, and then he had a poor Pac-12 game, and then that sealed it for Jaden Daniels. So, if you like somebody for the Heisman, just be careful because it's not going to be determined until probably the last week or so.
Yep, no doubt about that. It is still wide open. Many different favorites this season. Brett McMurphy, enjoy the weekend. Thank you so much for your time of On3 Sports. Make sure you check him out over there. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk about our favorite college football plays next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, Jesus. That'll scare you if it's the first thing you see when you look up. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. This is Bet Sweats. I wasn't expecting that, Jeff Schwartz, when I looked up.
I'm here. I've arrived.
creepy.
No Oregon merch today. Next week, though, last time Oregon had a big game, I came with no Oregon stuff. I'm going to come with as much Oregon as I own next week when Oregon goes to Iowa. So you be ready on next Thursday.
You got shoes on?
No, because my shoes got wet walking here in the rain. It was raining this morning, so we had to walk in the rain.
Oh, I know. The entire first hour of the show, all I heard was rain coming crashing down on the window right in front of Sam.
That makes sense. Yeah, it's a great
Yeah.
setup here for radio and TV and web.
People tell me that their favorite part of this bit is that Jeff just takes the earbud, no questions asked, and just jams it right in. Like, doesn't even think twice about it.
What am I supposed to do? Clean it? There's no, just whatever, man. Sam's clean person. I think. Hopefully.
What?
I have an ear disease. I know now. I know why.
Yeah, after knowing him this long, I'm surprised you're willing to say that. So Oregon on bye. That's fine. You don't have any gear this week. It's fine. You're moving on. You're marching ahead to next week. Are you concerned about next week, or do you think after a week from now you'll be more comfortable?
I think it's going to be a very low scoring game. They're not going to score, and we're not going to score, and like 17-14, whoever can sort of get a couple scores across. Their defense is really good. I watched their defense on the plane ride over to New York yesterday. It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to score, but they're not going to score on us either. So, I mean, Iowa's played a couple, good defenses and mustered across nothing. So, that will continue to be a problem for them. But again, I mean, their defense is as solid as it comes, man. It's a really good defense.
We were trying to figure out with Ohio State, Penn State, like when you get a total of 44.
Yeah.
And you're catching almost 3 touchdowns, it's just mathematically difficult for me to not look at the dog.
Yeah.
But ChatGPT likes Ohio State, so I'm torn.
I have a separate tool. I'll give Pine Sports a shout out. It did not. Sam told me the story. I put into the ChatGPT or Pine Sports, asked them for their 5 favorite ATS picks. It did not pull up Ohio State, so I think you're free to bet on Penn State if you would like. I'll just say this about Penn State, Ohio State. This is Penn State's Super Bowl, right? They're off a bye. It's like, guys, if we have anything left in the tank, this is it. Any trick play we've ever run or want to run is going to be run this weekend. Everything, like, this is a pride game for them. And I think it could be close early. I just don't know if they have enough to last an entire 60-minute game against Ohio State. But I wouldn't be I wouldn't hate like a Penn State first half wager in this game.
I just punched it in 34-10. ChatGPT says in favor of. Obviously,
that'd be the worst because you're covering for
probably most of the game,
3 quarters, and then just fall apart late.
The way my season is
and it goes under.
Make a lot of sense.
ChatGPT thinks the games are only 40 minutes, by the way, and it's still picking 80% every week.
What are we doing with our lives? I mean, what the hell?
All this time and energy we spend researching doesn't even matter. No. It just puts in ChatGPT and wins every week.
We always talk with the NFL about the possibility, even though it didn't work for Tennessee, of a fired coach bump and what those numbers are. And we saw it in one spot. We saw it in UCLA. We have not seen it with Penn State. And I'm thinking about Florida off the bye, going up against Georgia. Do you think that is a thing when it comes to college, especially in this generation?
I don't think it's a thing in the NFL either. Like I just don't think it just, there's no real concrete evidence that happens. Like sometimes you're just bad and it doesn't matter who your coach is. You're just going to be bad that season. I'm not sure Napier, they fired him after a win. It wasn't like they were losing all their games. And you have Georgia, obviously, I think both teams off a bye, right? So Georgia's going to be the healthiest they've been all season in the offensive line. They've been so resilient all year. They're just better than Florida. I'm not sure a new coach, and we actually asked Kirby this on Bear Bets. It'll be out later today and tomorrow about like that idea of like you have to go back and prepare differently because of a new coach. Is like, no, not really. Like they don't even take it seriously, right? Like they take it seriously, obviously, but the idea like they do what they do. It's not going to change very much in week 10 already in college football. So I don't really buy the new coach bum thing.
Okay. What's your best bet this week?
I like Nebraska and Minnesota. And what else did I give out? Something else. I got to look. I give out a lot of wagers.
Watch Bear Bets.
Bear Bets. There you go.
Yeah. Thanks, buddy. I know it's hard for you to stand like that long.
No, my core has been getting stronger. I prepare for this.
He's working on his core.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
Getting stronger.
He's one of my favorites. We can always rely on Jeff Schwartz coming in and taking over. It's one of Paul's favorite bits on the show.
Yeah, he must have the phone set or something. All right, where do you want to start college football this weekend? As far as these games, where do you want to go?
I really think SMU is a good bet. And you know me, okay. I'm Mr. Miami. I'm a fan of Mario. I defend Mario, but it's very difficult to defend Mario's track record when we get to November. It's not great. And I'm going to pull it up. I actually have it somewhere in my phone. I don't have it in front of me, but he has lost many times as a double-digit favorite in the month of November. And as you know, when you get to this part of the calendar, this is when you start to separate from the pack. And there have been several times at Oregon and at Miami where they've been on a great run, or they've had a really decent path to be a team that can make some noise and make a run, and they can't deliver. And knowing all that, because I've been on that side of it, I've laid 11, I've laid 14, and they lose outright. And there's a pattern there of them going on the road and having big expectations and not delivering. And I just look at that number 12.5, Joe. They are laying that at SMU, and it just feels pretty steep. Not to say that they can't win by 2 touchdowns, because of course they could. But as somebody who was a big Miami guy, who has Beck to win the Heisman, that won't happen, and has Miami to make the playoff, this spot scares the hell out of me in Dallas. Scares the hell out of me.
So I find this funny because you're taking a dog there. You can get plus 12.5. And I'm going against a team that I've supported throughout the season. And I've just seen enough. And I'm talking about going against Oklahoma. Tennessee, -3 at home. This is going to be the Sooners' first real tough road test that they've had. It's been Temple and South Carolina so far. Mateer's 4th game back. There's going to be this idea that, okay, now he's going to keep getting healthier. Every game he's going to be a little bit better. I've not seen it. Ever since that injury, it changed everything. Even on the defensive side of the ball, they don't have the same pass rush. And maybe some of that is probably the opponent, which is fair to bring up. But if you look at the 3 games since his return, we're talking about 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. Those 3 picks in that first game. But we're not seeing the explosive Mateer, even since the Texas game. You know what else we're not seeing? We're not seeing him use his legs. 0 rushing touchdowns in those 3 games. Before the injury, he had 5 rushing touchdowns. As he's dealing with his health, he's a completely different player. And in these 3 games, he's been averaging 192 yards passing. This is not the same Mateer that we saw pre-injury. And, Paul was talking about it because he was dealing with the exact same injury. Like, maybe people are really underselling how difficult this is going to be. And we are seeing it on the field. And then you've got a Tennessee team, awesome at home. They lost in overtime against Georgia. Their 2 losses are Georgia and Alabama. Those are the 2 losses for Tennessee. And they've got New Mexico State next. They're not even concerned about that. They've been preparing for this one. They're all in on this game. And I think you're getting a bit of a bargain here at -3. I'm laying the 3 points with the Vols.
I understand that. It's very telling, too, when we take teams that we've been supporting financially or been rooting for financially all season, and then we say enough's enough. And it's not like Miami's cost me a lot of money. I mean, I'm not going to win the Beck bet. I've bet Miami ATS 3 times, on them, and I'm 2-1. So I'm not like jaded. This is not me being 0-3 or 0-4 and just flipping. It's something that's been readily available, these spots in November. So here it is. Since the start of 2022, no team has lost more games as a double-digit favorite than Miami. 5 of them. And under Mario Cristobal, Miami is 4-10 in November and December.
Ooh.
Straight up. 4-10.
This is James Franklin stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. It's
not like they can't win, because they should win as a 12.5-point favorite. But it would never be me laying this number on the road.
Yeah. Yep. I hear you. Kelly was on Cincinnati yesterday, right? That was one of her dogs that she liked.
Yep. She's on
What do you
Cincy,
think?
and
what do you think about this line move? Now we're 10.5.
I mean, I think Utah is just so good in the trenches. And clearly the wise guys don't care who's playing quarterback. This Ficklin kid just ran all over Colorado. And I think to open this game 7 and get to 10, it just keeps me off the dog. Like, I want no part of the dog, because when the market moves like that much, you just kind of go, something's up. Somebody knows something, or somebody sees a big advantage. I'm not on the dog. The total also getting blasted right now, getting blasted to the over, 54 to 54.5 as we speak. We'll see. I'm not going to bet that game. I do think, though, I made fun of Kelly yesterday on Kansas State. I'll probably end up taking, I mean, you can take 7.5 now at home with the Wildcats.
Okay. All right, there you go. Any others that we need to circle back later on to? Any other games?
Jeff loves Nebraska. He thinks they're going to beat USC.
Okay. All right. Yeah, let's get to that one coming up. Joe O, Sammy P, another hour to go. 10 toes down next. Let's see what Gerch has. Can't wait. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
We are 10 toes down.
Are you sure?
Look into the camera and tell everybody, Femi.
We are 10 toes down.
It's time to take a stand.
We are heads up on this one.
I'm standing on business.
All these bets are action. We're 10 toes down on Bet Sweats.
You're heading into the wood chipper, my friend, but I respect you.
All right, maybe Sam's going to look into the camera and think another Super Bowl future. 10 toes down. We are here every Thursday, 11 a.m. Eastern. Our strong stances, our hot takes, because that's what gets you somewhere in this business. Look around, people. All right, Sam, what do you want to do? 10 toes down. I'm still trying to figure it out, if I'm being completely honest. How far do I want to go? We'll have, I think, more 10 toes. I have no idea. I don't know if we're going to have a Friday show. But I think we'll have more, so maybe do I save it up, or do I go all the way in? I'm trying to figure that out right now. I know you have yours ready. Where are you going for your 10 toes down this week?
I've got two. Number one, we are Diego Pavia guys. We have been talking about the possibility of him becoming America's sweetheart, the voters falling for him, potentially winning the Heisman Trophy. Now, we had discussed him at 11-1, 12-1, and now that he's in that 7-8-1 range, not really that interested. Certainly not going to tell people to buy more stock. I personally don't have any stock myself. We just saw the path for him the last couple of weeks and thought, all right, well, if they win all these games, he could be the guy. I think the Heisman campaign ends on Saturday. I think Texas shuts it down. Not only will they cover, but they will bury the Diego Pavia Heisman hype. It will end on Saturday. We will no longer hear Pavia Heisman after he lays an egg against the Longhorns defense. My second toe. These should be hotter takes. Sue me. Whatever.
That's a good one. No, that's a good one. It is a wide open Heisman race, and a name that we've talked about a lot, a guy that's getting a lot of love. I would say arguably the most public team in college football in the moment is Vandy. You've got Pavia, all over social media. His mom's all over social media with Theo Vaughn. Like there's a lot of strange things going on. So maybe he's gone too far. Diego, it's very weird.
It's over. It's over on Saturday. Number two is that the Las Vegas Raiders are going to get Brock Bowers back, and he's going to have 2 touchdowns as the Raiders upset the Jacksonville Jaguars. Paulie's Jags are going down to Geno and Bowers and the silver and black.
I like that one. That's a strong stance. And I could see it happening too. That Jags team is not creating turnovers. Love it. Sounds like he's getting a full week of practice. Finally going to be healthy. All right. We'll see. That's a good one. All right. So when I was trying to figure out my 10 toes, I came across something. It is a Wikipedia. It is a Wikipedia for Ben Herbstreit.
Where is this going?
Ben was first seen on College Game Day in 2021 before a matchup between the Cincinnati Bearcats and Tulsa Golden Hurricane. In 2023, Kirk Herbstreit's son underwent treatment for a heart condition after being hospitalized. Kirk began bringing Ben around to support himself while he was away from home. Who is he? First off, Kirk Herbstreit's son. Second off, support himself? Was Kirk doing this to support Kirk? I think Wikipedia doesn't realize how smart it is. That's what this whole thing is about with the dogs. It's about supporting himself, bringing attention upon Kirk Herbstreit. I'd love to hear how Al Michaels really feels about this whole thing. There's no way he does this around Al. It's not going to happen tonight on Thursday Night Football, I don't think. So I thought you were joking when you mentioned how many golden retrievers Kirk Herbstreit has. And I am a golden retriever owner, right? Tucker, sometimes he really upsets me. Sometimes I love him a lot.
Sometimes he eats the whole tray of lasagna off the counter.
Yeah, it's just like, dude, I'm just like, why he shed so much. Imagine what Kirk Herbstreit's home looks like. Oh my God.
No, cannot.
So
will not.
You mentioned that it's not just Peter. You mentioned Mitch. I'm like, okay. How many dogs does he have? Because I avoid the whole thing. I didn't see game day this past weekend. We had to drive out like an hour away from a morning game. And I'm like, I try to just avoid it all because I hate Herbstreit, just a attention whore, right? And he knows everybody loves golden retrievers, and that's going to make him likable. That's what this thing is. It's about Kirk Herbstreit. It's not about him being a dog lover. So you got Peter, you got Mitch, you also have Theo, and you have Bo. Now, after seeing the attention he got for Ben Herbstreit, his son, he now has 4 golden retrievers. My 10 toes down is that in the very near future, within the next 10 months, Kirk Herbstreit will have 10 golden retrievers. That is my 10 toes down. Within the next 10 months, he will have 10
bringing them in.
It's a football team. He's got a full team. He gets to play quarterback.
Oh,
yeah.
He'll go 11 then, because you need 11 for the team.
Well,
then
he'll be the quarterback.
Like, okay, we'll do one.
He's 11.
Oh,
he's 11.
Yeah, he's 11. Yeah.
Well, they are his
he's
sons,
11.
apparently. They're all boys, too. So is that a thing? Is that something that's happening here? So Kirk Herbstreit, my 10 toes down, will have 10 golden retrievers. He is quickly up to 4. That was... Okay, so Ben died November of 2024. We are in October. It's been not even a year, and he's added 4. So he will have 10 very, very soon. That's my 10 toes down. Paul Aspen, what is your 10 toes down?
I don't even know how to follow that. So I do have a follow-up question. Does that mean will the current 4 be part of the 10? Are we going to have to replace another one?
I think they're going to last a little bit. I mean, Ben lived 10 years.
Oh, true.
So I think if there are any issues, Herbstreit should have the money to make sure everything's taken care of, unless he's looking for some pity. Because remember the videos that he was putting out there when it came to Ben. So let me put a
little Visine in my eye real quick. All right, action. Okay. My 10 toes down. So Joe, I've looking at some plans and some things, and I'm like, all right, I gotta win Joe's pool. So looking at the rich people,
there's gonna be one winner.
No pressure though.
Yeah. So looking at the rich people pool, I'm like, so I literally during one of our breaks, definitely not during the show, probably during the show as well, gamed out the rest of the season.
Survivor segment.
Yeah, was gaming out the rest of the season. So I got to do something tonight, and I got to go Ravens. Survivor.
Wow.
And it's a little bit of the hair of the dog that bit you, speaking of dogs, because Dan Aspen, lifelong Dolphins fan, and I went out on the Falcons, losing to the Dolphins last week. So I'm going back against the Dolphins. My thought is, I do think that was the dead cat bounce for the Dolphins. And I texted Dan because, if Dan's feeling good about the Dolphins, they're going to get smoked. If he's feeling bad about the Dolphins, they're going to win. And it's just very fitting that the Dolphins beat us last week. He's very unsure about the Dolphins tonight, which gives me confidence that the Dolphins are the dead team that we think they are. And then my second toe, I'm not really sure how many I have left at this point. But, you hear the phrase, numbers, not teams, and all that. And I think I used to believe in that. I don't know if I believe in numbers that much anymore, but in that case, I am going to lay it with the Colts -3 at the Steelers. Everything market-wise tells you this should be the Steelers. I just think that team sucks. So I'm going Colts -3. I'm even looking at alts for the Colts, and I'm not even a Colts believer. I think they get stomped by the Chiefs. I saw Ben Fox put out an article that I think on a neutral bookmakers, the bookmakers have the Chiefs as their highest, or odds makers have them as their highest rated team. And on a neutral, they're saying Chiefs -1.5 to -3. Whew. I think the Chiefs yeah.
Give me that.
So, in Kansas City, I'm assuming that's closer to -6. I mean, it's definitely through the 3, but I think the Colts -3 this week. And looking down the road, I think the Chiefs stomp the Colts.
All right, good stuff. By the way, Survivor Pool Genius says 1% will be on the Ravens tonight.
Let's go.
We'll do it.
Let's
let
go.
it rip.
We'll see.
Dude. Rip it.
Sam's wearing purple. We're in.
Yeah. Well, I've got purple on for Northwestern, not for Baltimore.
Yeah.
Yes. TCU as well. Jake Hassan, 10 toes down.
I am simply going to double down on 10 toes down from a couple weeks ago. Double the toes, double the fun, as I've always said.
Dodgers.
I still think the Dodgers are winning the World Series.
Let's go.
Like Yamamoto, there's no reason to believe he's not going to do it again tomorrow. And then after that, I trust Glasnow, Ohtani, Sasaki way more than I trust Scherzer, Bassett, Varland, and Hoffman. 1,000%. So I'm doubling down. I still think the Dodgers win. Sorry, Sam. I love you very much, but also I would like to win more. So I still think the Dodgers win. I know it's 2 in Toronto. Don't care. This team is still a monster.
Man, Jake's got me thinking we need to bet the 2-1. Everybody. Bets 2-1.
Jake also had Snell striking out 15 batters last night, for the record.
Hey,
He
right
did go
bet,
over.
wrong pitcher. Right bet, wrong pitcher. It's all right.
Yeah.
Dude,
well, right
that
bet, wrong
was
team
awesome.
on this one. Yeah.
That was awesome last night. Snell goes over the number on his last batter of the night with his 115th pitch, and then they pull him. I was like, yes, that was perfect with the room. Dead wrong
Killed
on the
the
number
room.
1 overall play. Yes, that was great. All right, let's recap Gerch. Gerch has given us Bears winless, 4-game winning streak. Indiana winless in the Big Ten. They have not lost. They are the number 2 team in the nation. He's given us Bulls unders. They are out to a 4-0 start on the season. Brian Gerch, what is your 10 toes down?
All right, boys. So, as we all know, the cardinal rule of fantasy football is that no one cares about your fantasy football team. Now, having said that, my 10 toes down is going to completely revolve around my fantasy football matchup this week. And I think that I'm just going to get absolutely smoked. So we put together a parlay of all of my opponent's players. We're going to go with Jackson Smith and Jigba, anytime touchdown. Justin Jefferson, anytime touchdown. Travis Kelce, anytime touchdown. Michael Pittman Jr., anytime touchdown. And Lamar Jackson to score 2+ touchdowns. That 5-leg parlay will pay out at 33, 164, 2-1. Now, if you want to go a little bit further than this, I got Jackson Smith and Jigba JSN at 150+ yards at +490. So, yeah, I think I'm just going to get absolutely smoked, and all these players are going to destroy my team this week. And, so 5-leg, anytime touchdown parlay with Lamar to get 2 on the ground tonight. So I don't really know how we fade this if you guys are going to be doing.
Oh, I know.
And
Ravens are dead.
Cool.
You just killed my Survivor pick, Gerch. Thanks.
Yes, you can. You can absolutely fade all of these guys. Take their unders.
Take their unders, yeah.
Yeah, can you add Jonathan Taylor to that list? So he has a
no, because my teammate is, or my opponent doesn't have JT. So no, this is strictly players on my opponent's team. You want to face somebody else, you can go J.K. Dobbins unders. He's got him. Justin Herbert unders. Keenan Allen unders as well. I just didn't think they were spicy enough for 10 toes down.
Mm-hmm. Well,
sounds like
this weekend.
Yeah, right. That's R.I.P. in peace.
So somewhat of a caveat there. Now, like my formulation in my 10 toes down is I want the opposite to happen of whatever I come on here and say. So now Lamar is on my team, Paul, and I need him to have a huge game so that I can trade him away. So yeah, we're faking each other out.
See, the problem is now Gerch is onto his own bit. He's trying to reverse do it, and now this is the week we have to play it.
He wants a win in fantasy, so this is what he's doing. So he's like, I'm going to get killed.
He just projected his opponent for 1,000 points in fantasy football in 1 week.
Don't know if it worked. I also,
we'll see.
I have to admit, he may have seen the light on the Blackhawks, though. Let's give him a little bit of credit. He is over the Blackhawks, and they look.
Did their season start
with his first career hat trick the other night?
Yeah,
they've been in your backyard, Joe.
No wonder I missed it.
They're on CHSN. Don't you have all
Backyard's
the
a disaster. Backyard disaster. Like it needs to be cleaned up. There's a lot of garbage flying around. That's this house
flying around.
It's been a lot of very windy down here down south. All right, Joe O, Sammy P. I don't know what we're doing next. We'll talk on the other side. This is Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P, did we figure out during the break what we're going to do? No. We'll figure things out, though, rest of the way. Lightning bets coming up in 20 minutes. Yeah, I was asked, are you going to the haunted house tonight? Do you have to work? Well, those are two different questions. Am I going to the haunted house? Do I want to go to the haunted house? No. Do I have to work? No, because none of it matters. So, yeah, we'll find out how Lamar's doing. I'm going to stop my life so I can watch the Dolphins play football. That's wonderful. Without having any of them in Survivor like Paul's going to have. So you do have to bet tonight's game. But do I want to do it? No. Do I have to work? No. Still not going to haunted house. Apparently, the kids are all going, and I think they're going to regret it.
I don't want to do anything this weekend.
Yes.
I just want to be left alone. You know what I got during the break? You know the email I got during the break? I never checked my Odyssey email. I never do.
Yeah.
During the break, during our show, I got an email about when my severance meeting is next week. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I got mine in a few hours.
Thanks
couple hours, actually.
Thanks for emailing me about my severance during the show. I appreciate it. That's awesome.
Here's one. Potential endorsement. I don't think so.
Thank you so much.
I don't think that's going to work.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm glad you found the time during our show to email me about our severance meeting. Thank you.
I've got mine. So let's see. Let's figure out the time. I'm good at the calculator today. I've been on the date duration website so I can figure out that we're on 59. Will I be here in 59 days? I don't know.
It'll get easier, they said. It'll get easier. That's what I was told.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. See, I was looking at the most popular costumes because I was curious. I have kids. I think I'm more clued in on what is popular now than you guys, but I don't even know what some of these things are. K-pop demon hunters. Do you know who the K-pop demon hunters are? Or have you ever even heard of them? No. That's the number one. Taylor Swift, that makes sense. Did you go out and buy any full-size candy bars for tomorrow this year?
No.
Or did you pass on the whole idea? You're like, it's not.
You're
going to get like 20, 30 now since you did it last year and you're not doing it this year.
Whoever rings my doorbell on Friday will get chased around my yard with a chainsaw. That's how I feel.
Oh, it's Halloween. We're just doing the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You can get away with things on Halloween. You can do that. You can chase a kid with a chainsaw, and women can be sluts. Like it's what you can do on Halloween, more so than usual. Like how they dress is what I'm saying, because you can just wear whatever. It doesn't matter. Like, oh, it's a Halloween costume. What do you mean? You're being weird. Don't be a perv. It's just a Halloween costume. Like, well, why are you almost naked? That's what happens. The joys of Halloween. Man, Addams Family's back, apparently. Okay. Oh, because Wednesday in that movie. Wednesday Addams, I guess, is a popular one. All right. Well, last night we realized that we should back Blake Snell just because of where the room was at. The number one most popular bet was under 6.5 punch outs. And then on the last batter of the game that Snell sees, even though he gives up 2 homers to start the game, he goes over that number, which was funny on a number of levels. So let's find out for tonight where the room is at in the NFL.
Where's the room?
I'll ask them, what you got? Player props. Where's the room? Yeah, is 6'7" a costume? I guarantee you there will be kids going around doing the 6-7 thing.
For sure.
Yeah. Now those videos are popping up in my algorithm where you go into certain restaurants and you have to go pick up your food at the counter and they announce the numbers over the loudspeaker, where it's like 100 kids waiting on 67 to get called and the whole place is up for grabs. It's
So
actually
dumb.
kind of funny, but it is so dumb.
I mean, yeah. All right.
At In-N-Out, anybody an In-N-Out fan?
I like it.
Because they announced the
It's
number.
fine. I like it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to like move mountains to get it though. Like when I'm in Vegas, I don't go out of my way to get it, but I do like it.
I knew Gertz was an anti In-N-Out person just to take a stand. That
Really?
shit was 10 toes down. Oh, yeah.
I don't see the big deal. I don't know why people love it. I kind of lean Gertz, but I don't have a strong opinion. Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people have strong opinions on that one.
Whataburger. It's terrible. Terrible.
Is it? I pass
Terrible.
one all the time and I
had
never
it one
stop.
time. Don't
Really?
bother. It's like going to Houston.
I don't like
bother.
I've got a couple buddies who swear by the protein style In-N-Out with the lettuce.
Right.
No. If I'm going to
Right.
have a burger, I want a bun. Don't put lettuce around my burger. Get out of my face.
Yeah. It's a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're gonna eat that, let's go. Just
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know if I already said. Yeah, we might have a Brashard Mitchell situation. Brashard Smith situation coming up today.
Brashard Mitchell. Oh, Keaton Mitchell.
It'll make
That's what
sense in
you're
a minute. It'll make sense in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ah, damn. I thought we had a good
Yeah.
look there with Evan Silva. Okay.
Yeah.
What do we have?
All right. So first of all, very Gertz to be like, yeah, Lamar 2+ touchdowns, and the number one bet anytime touchdown prop by the room at BetMGM is Lamar Jackson touchdown.
No doubt.
Yeah. All right. Number 5 most bet prop at BetMGM for tonight's game between the Ravens and Dolphins. Derrick Henry under 18.5 rushing attempts.
Huh. I don't know how I feel about that one. Not sure.
That is minus
'Cause you would think they're gonna
125.
lean on him. Okay.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Okay. Number 4. Achane under 59.5 rushing yards.
Game script? Maybe. Let's remove all the receiving yards. All right.
All right. Here's the one. Number 3, Keaton Mitchell over 10.5 rushing yards. I am seeing a 13.5 out there right now.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, we should say that. Like when we were talking to Silva a little over an hour ago about that, it did say BetMGM at 10.5, but it was like the juice was minus 145, and everywhere else it was 13.5. So I'm sure they bumped the number up, but that might be part of the reason it's very popular, just being 3 yards off market.
Yeah. Just looking around, seeing where it is elsewhere. I see a 14.5 at minus 110. You can go under, so that might be climbing a bit if you want to wait on that. All right, number 2 is interesting. Jalen Waddle over 62.5 receiving yards. I guess it makes sense against what is still widely regarded as a bad Ravens defense.
Okay.
And number 1, whether it's game script or otherwise, they're doubling down on fading Achane under 13.5 rushing attempts.
This is a weird list.
Very
That's
strange.
minus 145, by the way.
So they're fading Achane with number 1 and number 4 under on rushing attempts, rushing yards, and okay, maybe they were expecting a bump. He had 18 attempts last week, but of course, remember, the Dolphins were playing in front the entire game. I don't mind the under 59.5 yards. On 18 attempts, he only had 67 yards last week. Now, he's gone over that number the last 3 weeks, but do I want to bet on Achane over on rushing props? No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I understand the Keaton Mitchell. I disagree with the Henry under on 18.5 attempts. I think he can get to 19 or 20. But there's not one that stands out to me and says, oh, yep, that's the one. I'm going to fade the room on that. Because I'm surprised at what they picked.
Maybe you don't have to fade the room every night.
That's true. Very true.
Some other first touchdown, they're betting Ollie Gordon, 25-1, Zay Flowers, Lamar, Achane. They're betting Achane to get in the end zone, but fading him on the ground. And Henry, obviously. D-Hop.
I'm not
also a popular touchdown bet.
I'm not making a touchdown bet until I hear Joe Shope and the Bulldog discuss it on WGR. Like, only those guys nail the Thursday night. Haven't they hit like 4 out of 5 Thursday night any times?
Yeah, and they're usually long shots. It is the backup tight end, usually, what ends up hitting.
Barner, Jackson Hawes.
It's crazy.
There's another Josh Oliver, maybe.
Yes,
I mean,
correct.
with Andrews and Likely both out there, Charlie Kolar, does he get a look?
So
I'm gonna guess they're gonna do the Miami guy, whoever the backup Miami guy is. I'm handicapping the handicappers now, Paul.
Kolar, he was out there for 40% of snaps against the Bears last week, so that's a possibility. What do you have his number? And then on the Miami side, if you go tight end, it would be, Tanner Connor is out there the most. Greg Dulcich, he's the backup. I at least know who that is. What is Tanner Connor? And
so any times for Connor, Dulcich, and Kolar? Connor plus 550, Dulcich plus 700, Kolar plus 850.
Kolar, Moon.
Kolar forever. So, this is... I don't think the Dolphin... It doesn't look like Tua has targeted a tight end in the red zone this year.
Perfect.
Maybe that's...
Connor bursting down the seam for a 30-yarder.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so... Who else? Well, Kolar and Likely each got a red zone target last week against the Bears. Andrews, Kolar, and Likely all got a red zone target. But different quarterbacks. So I don't even know if that matters. If you go to earlier in the year, were they getting looks? No. It's just Andrews. But yeah, they'll land on one of them. I'll mention it over on X at Joe Ostrowski. I'll put that out there. Yeah, I'm not fading the room with any of that. It's tough to get a good handle on what tonight is going to be. It really is.
Yeah.
We got a tweet from... Go ahead, Paul.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, is there anything to take about fading the to like a Raven smash spot? But I don't even think that's there. So go ahead.
We got a text or a tweet rather from Ricky who is asking, where's the machine? When is that segment? Off of our conversation earlier with ChatGPT. He said we should debut Where's the Machine, which I think is very funny. If you missed that conversation that Joe and I had off the top, where my buddy's in first place in a college football pool by just asking a robot who's going to cover. I think that's a very funny tweet.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't mind that one at all. Find out where everybody's at, the machine, the people. Obviously, ChatGPT says the tight end that's going to score a touchdown is going to be Mark Andrews, no doubt about it. And we also got a tweet from Ryan Horvat. He said he thinks he's going to pick the Blue Jays to win it all. And then after the Dodgers win Game 6, he's going to pick the Dodgers to win it all. So, he's taking the Blue Jays.
Did you see what he changed his Twitter bio to?
Did he change it again?
No, he just changed it.
Oh, yeah, he did change it again. He did.
Oh,
because last week it was 2-time Employee of the Month. This week, BRB.
It says BRB.
Oh, that's the third time he's changed it because it was 2-time spelling bee champion in like some random years too.
The BRB.
BRB
slayed me. Oh,
what is that? What is he referencing with the BRB?
Be right back.
No, I know that, but is it a person? A specific person?
Paul, that was crazy.
I don't think he knows what it means.
I'll show. I look up at the chat. I see BRB. I'll show. I don't do it. I don't say anything. I just walk away.
2-time employee of the month was very funny too. That was a very funny bio.
Good. He's in a good place right now. Joe O, Sammy P, like all of us. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
All right, lightning bets coming your way. Thursday night football. I'm sure a lot will be focused there. Ravens, Dolphins tonight. The World Series picks back up tomorrow night. So game 6 on Friday. If there's a game 7, that goes down Saturday night. So good move by Major League Baseball, making sure that they avoid the NFL. Rob Manfred hoping that they can get to a game number 7. Dodgers backers obviously hoping the exact same thing. Sammy P is not. He's holding his Blue Jays ticket. So a few of us on different sides. Sam, what is the plan? So Wednesdays after the show, you take the train over to New York. You're in the studios. You've got Bear Bats. Then what happens? What's the rest of your Thursday?
So we tape Bear Bets. When this show's done at noon, we go right across the hall, the studios across the hall. And then we start taping at 12:15, usually wrap by 2:30. And then I walk back to Penn Station and get on another train that's 4 hours and hopefully get home by 8 o'clock tonight. It's awesome. This is great.
When you were in the observation chair yesterday, any people that you saw that really annoyed you? I feel like there's always people in the train, whether they're talking to you or not, just annoy the hell out of you. Airplane, train, whatever. Some stranger really gets on your nerves.
So I did make a tweet about it yesterday, and we have assigned seats on the Amtrak. Like, it's assigned seats, so you can't move. A lot of the people were saying, oh, just change seats. That's not how it works. So I was sitting next to a gentleman who looked like he was business casual. He had a sport jacket on and a button down and a pair of jeans. And then, I don't know, an hour into this 4-hour train ride, he pulls out a laptop, pulls out what looked like a Halo 2 headset, like he was going to play with his friends. And he then co-led a Zoom call for the next 30 minutes on the train.
Oh, for a half-hour Zoom?
Yes. Yep. And it came out of nowhere. Like, it was calm, quiet. About? You can hear yourself think. And then he goes into his bag, pulls out a laptop, fires it up. That's fine. I work on my laptop during the train. And then he goes into the bag and pulls out, you know what I'm talking about, like the over the head with the mouthpiece or the, what do you call it? Yeah, it's a mouthpiece, kind of. Not a mouthpiece, but it's like a microphone that hangs from the ear. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like he's
like
calling
an NFL
plays he's calling plays in a football game. Exactly.
Right.
Not the earbuds with the mic, full on offensive coordinator PJ Fleck Cub Foods calling plays at my seat. So I just said, you know what? I'm just going to go to the bar car. I'm just going to go start drinking because this is stupid. This is dumb. Yeah.
Was the train packed?
Full train. It's usually full.
Because
the train goes
around.
No, you can't. No, there's nowhere to go. And there was, just go to a new seat. Like, no, I can't. Like, that's the whole point. You're two to a row, or you're at the kids' table, which I'm dreading, because sometimes I'll get the kids' table where I'm sitting I'm sitting literally across from somebody, and then I could watch them eat their crawfish boil or whatever at the train table.
Oh,
people are just disgusting, and they're disgusting, number one, and then they just don't care about anything else around them. It's a disaster.
It's annoying.
Yeah.
But for that guy, is nothing you could really do either. Like, I hate annoying people by doing that. But some people don't care. Like, it's part of it.
I don't even and I don't take a bunch of Lyfts, Ubers, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't even like talking on the phone when I'm a passenger.
I
just think
hate
it's
it.
Rude. Yeah, I
hate it. And some people scream.
I would never. Like, sometimes the driver's on the phone, which I don't really care for either. But whatever. I mean, sitting on the train and then having a guy co-host a Zoom call is bonkers. Bonkers.
Big fan of Zoom calls lately. They're awesome. Love them.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Got one coming up. I respect Silva, but I wonder if one, seeing all this Keaton Mitchell love. Is that just people listening to him and his show? He's got a massive following. I could see that. And then I'm wondering, are people just going too far here? Because this was the first game where he really got more than a couple of carries. And then he goes for 43 yards. And people are seeing him with a long run of 25 yards against the Bears defense, assuming that that's going to repeat because you're facing a soft opponent in the Dolphins. I don't know. He's a guy who you get excited watching him because he's got that burst, but he also had 8 yards on 3 carries for Houston. And this number keeps going up. I don't know that I could get there on Keaton Mitchell at this point. Like, by the time we get to kickoff, it's strange to say he's going to be one of the more public plays, and people are going to keep betting him because you don't expect Lamar to run a ton. His first game back, he gets extended rest after this. Henry hasn't looked that great. He hasn't had those long runs like he was all of last year and earlier this season. So it's like everybody ends up on Keaton Mitchell. I could see that. I'm not fading him, but I'm not going to do a Mitchell bet.
If anything, the more I've thought about it in the last 2 hours and 48 minutes, you said something earlier, a bet that sort of piqued my interest when you were talking about Derrick Henry's longest rush. I think I'm going to get there. I don't want to steal your thunder, so why don't you lead off lightning?
To go over? Go ahead.
To go over longest rush. Yeah, I think that's a good bet because you have the Lamar angle where he's probably not going to run a ton, and then you have the public fawning over Keaton Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Derrick Henry is the answer. Derrick Henry is the bet.
And the public is going under on the rushing attempts for Henry. And the public has not seen him go over this 18.5, 19.5 number in a month. Over a month now. So they're thinking, okay, now he's not, that's not the bet anymore. No, I think that's a pretty good look as far as tonight. I don't love a lot, but I think that's pretty interesting. What I've been trying to figure out.
A 30-yard run tonight.
I think you're right. Yeah, I could totally see him rumbling for 30 yards, for sure. Where's Lamar going to pass it? So if Lamar's not going to use his legs, okay, we'll go heavier on the run game. He's going to drop back and pass it. Where's it going? Do we have any trust in that? That, okay, it's going to be a Flowers game. It's going to be a Bateman game. Or even Mark Andrews. That's what I find interesting. Okay, if Lamar's going to end up using his arm instead of his legs, like where does it end up going? I think that's an interesting question. So the Flowers number, 68.5. If you're Lamar, you're coming back from an injury, who do you trust the most on this team? Flowers, yes, he's your best receiver, but I would think he goes to Andrews, right? Andrews plus 185 for an anytime touchdown. I can see that tonight. We've seen it so many times in these primetime matchups. I like that one too. I will play the longest rush along with you, but I'm going to get there on Mark Andrews to score an anytime touchdown at plus 185. But I do have to hear what the WGR guys have to say as far as the tight end situation and who's getting into the end zone. I'll be on there this afternoon. We'll talk about that. 3:30, I don't know. I think 3:30 Eastern is when I jump on. So check that out on the Odyssey app if you're interested. Paul Aspen, what are you doing for lightning bets?
I'm just using one survivor share on the Ravens in Joe's Rich People League, and may God have mercy on my soul.
Man, if you make it, you'll be feeling so good. I think you're going to make it. And 1%.
Yeah, I do too.
Nobody else is going to take them.
Yeah. And so in one pool, so in this pool, I actually have the Rams available, but I like the idea of saving them because, like, I don't know if you looked at the availability or mentioned it earlier, but yeah, the Ravens, a lot of people have already used the Ravens, and not as many people have them available, and everyone is going to use the Rams. I'd rather have the Rams stashed for later. I've already used the Packers. And I don't think the Chargers are going to lose, but they're still the Chargers.
How many are left in that one?
46.
Woo! No. Nitty gritty. No double pick weeks. Okay, man. I'll be rooting for you on that one. Down to 46. Next week is going to get really dicey. All right, Jake Hassan, no baseball tonight. You're going to have to wait until tomorrow. Got anything for this evening?
Yeah, I'm going to take the Zay Flowers. 100 alt over 100 yards is almost 3-1. If we don't think Lamar's going to run, he's going to throw, I'll just go with the best receiver. So 100 yards for Zay. And shocking NBA bet for Jake Hassan. I'm going to take the Hornets tonight. The Magic have looked terrible, and they're on the second night of a back-to-back. So the Magic are 1-4. They look absolutely atrocious. Give me Charlotte. Let's go.
I'm about to fade that bet to the moon.
Yeah, I'm like a Magic shove.
Yeah. I'm fading.
There's no baseball. I need something to do. I'm bored.
Fading that to oblivion. I've
What
never
is your bet
in
again?
2 years. In 2 years, I've never heard you give an NBA bet.
NBA Jake.
Yeah.
Wow.
Trotter send you this
Wait,
one?
what?
No,
What was the bet?
shockingly no.
Where did you get
sent it to
Hornets.
you?
Don't lie.
Hornets. No, nobody. I'm just bored.
You're a Hornet whore.
You're a liar.
What?
I don't know. I don't know what he's saying.
Listen, man, nothing matters. We all died weeks ago. Like, none of this is real. Who cares?
1 week.
The NBA bet I did not see coming at all. If
No.
you would have said Jake's going to give an NBA bet, I would have said never.
I certainly wouldn't
I'm
have said
looking-
Hornets.
No. You know,
Gotta expand
Grandma
your
Mom's not
horizons.
playing anymore. It's like, what?
I
What's
almost
the
did the
Muggsy
LJ
Bogues?
thing, but
What's
yeah.
Muggsy Bogues' PRA tonight?
Oh, I'm looking to see who's alive with Paul and the rich people. Of course, Chirizi is.
Treasy.
Of course.
He's always around, isn't he?
Yeah.
He is.
Yep. And someone named Polish Power. Believe it or not, it's not me. But I do like the name. I'm a big fan. All right, we'll be here tomorrow, I think. 9 a.m. Eastern. Drop by. We'll preview the entire NFL, college football card, and, of course, World Series game number 6 right here on Bet Sweats.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker match.
Can you dig it, sucker? And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it.
Dairy. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It is that time. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network on a Thursday. Thanks for being with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will preview tonight's Thursday night football game in Miami. Ravens visiting the Dolphins. Then more baseball at 8:20. Now that the Blue Jays have taken charge, we will chat with Danny Wexelman from Major League Baseball Network. And then it's the Dogster and our best bets at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. If you would like to join us there, you can do it on Valley Sports Live or valleysportslive.com. Chelsea, tonight, Week 9 of the National Football League. Ravens and the Dolphins. The Ravens are laying 7.5. They're minus 450 on the money line. Dolphins are plus 350. Total set at 50 and a hook. So where are we going here? Baltimore is going to get Lamar Jackson back, we think, unless they're misrepresenting whether or not he's going to play on the injury report, which was an issue last week. But assuming he goes tonight and the line tells you Lamar is going to play, what's going to happen here?
I think the hypothesis is that we see a big game from Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry and the Ravens. I feel like this is the spot where they return to looking like one of the best teams in the AFC. Maybe I don't trust their defense too much, but I do trust, some of their playmakers, and especially in this matchup where the Dolphins are extremely susceptible against the run. They have been giving up the third most rush yards to opposing running backs of any team in the NFL. How do you think that's going to work out against Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry? And I understand people are like, oh, the Ravens have been really hard to trust. But listen, this feels like it just has all of the hallmarks of a return game for the Ravens. Because think about it. Lamar Jackson is from Florida. So is Derrick Henry. And usually these are the games that they play really well in. I remember when Derrick Henry was with the Titans. When he played the Jags, that's the game in which all of his highlight reel was pulled from. These guys like playing in the Sunshine State. And especially against this lackluster Dolphins team that I know won a game last week. But still, I don't believe in the Dolphins. And especially when you see this line where the Ravens are 7.5-point favorites. So clearly the odds makers still have faith in the Ravens. And they still have faith in them to win the AFC North. The Ravens are still the favorite to win their division. So either the odds makers are smoking something or they know something about the Ravens. They say, hey, I know this team's been sandbagging, but there is still a good team in there somewhere.
Yeah, it's kind of wild to think about, really, because I just feel like that, when the Ravens started off the way that they did with the way that defense was playing and Lamar is injured, you're like, there's just no way. There's just no way that you guys are going to be able to make a run here. But here we are. The schedule is manageable. I think Lamar is absolutely as healthy as he's been all season. Just listening to him and reading between the lines. I know we talk about that on this show where sometimes you can get an inkling as to where you should go with a bet if you listen to a player. And listening to Lamar and how motivated he is and the fact that he waited last week, I'm not ready yet. I'm close. I'm not there yet. Sort of tells me that this is his time, and I think he's going to come out and ball tonight.
Well, and especially when this is a desperate team. Remember, the Ravens have 2 wins this season. 2. That's it. So I know both these teams are desperate, and you look at the Dolphins, and you're like, yeah, that team's definitely desperate. But, what desperate would you choose? A desperate Lamar Jackson or a desperate Tua Tagovailoa? I know who I'm choosing. But let's talk about this line, Jenks. Is 7.5 too big of a number for you to lay? Or do you say, hey, this is a team that can score a ton of points. I'm not worried about 7.5.
I think 7.5 is totally fine. Totally fine. you might want to play down to 7, I guess, if you want to. But ultimately, I just think that this is a smash spot for Baltimore. I think this game could get ugly. Because, look, even though the Dolphins got a win last week, okay, fine. You beat a beat-up Falcons team playing with Kirk Cousins at quarterback without Drake London. So that really weakens their offense. And the Falcons are sort of up and down anyway. So throw that out the window. It's one game sample size. The Dolphins are still a bad football team. Mike McDaniels is going to lose his job. He's going to lose his job. It's only a matter of time. This is one of the worst defenses in the National Football League. The Ravens are still motivated. They've already talked about how they need to win every single game. And if you're Lamar, having not played, he's a super competitive guy, as we know. And I feel like he's going to come out tonight and just play out of his mind because he's going to be able to against that Dolphins defense, number one. And number two, he's going to want to remind everyone that he's Lamar Jackson.
Right, and he's the leader of this team.
Yeah.
I don't know if he was telling the truth or not, but remember, he came out and said, I was the one that removed the ping pong table.
Right.
And the basketball goal and all of this nonsense from our locker room. So it feels like he is going to speak with his actions here, and it just sets up too well. So, Jenks, we've been talking about cooking up some creative ways to play this. And here's something that I feel like I do all the time that I probably need to be better at, is sometimes I get too conservative and I play 2 results where I dumb them down when, in fact, I should have just gone with the one result. And you're like, hey, if you think the Ravens are going to win the game, just play the 7.5. So I'm looking at these bets. I'm like, okay, do we want to play conservative? Because you can do Ravens minus 2.5 and a Derrick Henry touchdown. That's minus 130. But, I know somebody's about to throw tomatoes at the screen. Like, Chelsea, a parlay for minus 130? What are we doing? Because here's the thing, from a value perspective, I think there are some plus money bets that are probably better on the table. If we think Lamar Jackson's going to have a big game, his anytime touchdown price is plus 170. That feels like too good of a price to leave on the table for Lamar Jackson. We know how dangerous he can be in the red zone.
Yeah, how can you not? I mean, I know they're going to feed King Henry. I get that. And here's the thing. They don't even have to be in the red zone. As bad as that Dolphins defense is, and as talented as Lamar is in the open field, he could absolutely break off a 25-yard run and go into the end zone, or a 30-yard run. He has the capability. So, obviously, when we're talking about bets, everything is price dependent. And for that kind of plus money, put a bet on that.
Well, especially when the total's 50.5. Because, I'm super conservative when it comes to anytime touchdown bets. But if there is a game to play anytime touchdowns in, it's this one. When you have